Hello everyone! Welcome to the Malta Data Saturday, the first Malta Data Saturday ever organized in Malta. Thank you very much for your presence here. Me, Dennis, and Slaumi, we both organized the Data Saturday with the help of many of volunteers. And we have also here one of our speakers. He arrived very early. David, good morning, David. Are you hearing us?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for your presence. So you arrived very early for your session. So you get the entire conference, right?
Yeah, I'm ready for my conference. About 5 p.m. at Triton. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much for your presence. How is the weather on your city? You are from Israel, right? I don't know how to pronounce the name of the city.
שם.
How is the weather on your city, David? Here it's a bit rainy, but in fact it's good. It's good for everyone who will be learning this weekend. Are you? I think David has some sound
Okay.
problems.
Now I can hear you. Sorry.
Oh, okay. How is the weather on your city? Here is a bit rainy, but it's good for people who learn during the entire weekend. It's a good weekend to learn.
In Israel, it's shiny. It's
Oh,
shiny, good weather.
it's shiny. What's the name of your city? I'm not sure if I know how to pronounce the name of your city.
My name of the city is Nahariya. It's the north region
Naria.
of Israel. Yeah, but I
Mm.
also remember you for SQL Saturday. You were in Israel in SQL Saturday before the Corona, the last one, if you remember,
Oh,
in Tel
the
Aviv.
last one in Tel Aviv.
Yeah,
Uh,
I
good.
also I also lecture there because I lecture about maybe Kubernetes and Dockers.
Interesting. I have been SQL Saturday on Tel Aviv as well. I love it. Tel Aviv is a very beautiful city.
Tel Aviv is
Uh,
wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful city, but I think I was not on the last one. Was a previous one, not the last one, not
Ah,
exactly
okay.
the last one.
I remember you there.
Oh, you remember?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Well, we start with a presentation about the conference. So give us some moment and we'll make the presentation about the conference. Just a moment. Um, and for you, Lomi, how is the weather for you?
Yes, good morning. I hope you can hear me, right?
It's a bit low. If you can turn up a bit.
Okay, I will try. Is it then how better right now?
A bit, yes, a bit.
Okay, I will try to speak loud. Yeah, I'm in Poland, Katowice, and it's very, very sunny actually. I mean, it's morning, but it seems to be a very sunny and beautiful day actually. That should be a
Okay,
good day for some data knowledge, right?
fine. Yes, good day. So, let's go talking about the conference, how our conference will be. So, this is the first Malta data Saturday happening in Malta. I mean, happening in Malta on these virtual days. It's available to everyone around the world, but it's organized from Malta. And the picture you are seeing is a place called Blue Lagoon. It's very nice. I love this place. It's possible to cross this space, this piece of water by feet. We don't even need to swim. We can cross this by feet. And the picture is not getting one cave that there is on the other side. Oh, it's very beautiful to cross that cave. I love it to cross that cave. It's very beautiful. Okay, let's go ahead with details about the conference. Thank you to our sponsor, Redgate, and Redgate is providing a very interesting gift for us. This is a license of SQL Prompt, and we'll be distributing this license of SQL Prompt in a challenge for all the attendees. And this is the Malta user group, Microsoft Data Platform user group. What we have to offer? We have a meetup, we have a Facebook a page, Facebook group, and a YouTube presence. So you can follow us on all these links. We will show them again later. And how will be the conference? This picture is another piece of the Blue Lagoon. It's very interesting as well and very beautiful. So it will be a weekend of learning, lots of learning. We'll turn the conference in a week of learning for all of you. Challenge of you all the time. Prizes, yes, we'll deliver some prizes and a lot of fun this weekend. And what are these challenges? Uh, I love these places. I like to talk about these pictures. This picture is a place called Inland Sea. It's very beautiful, and it's interesting that we can cross that cave that you are seeing there We can cross on a small motorboat, and it's very interesting to cross that cave on a small motorboat and reach the sea on the other side. It's a very interesting activity. So the main challenge will give as a prize the license of SQL Prompt. The main challenge will be some Kahoots that will be available during the weekend. We haven't published yet the code of this Kahoot. We will publish it soon. And this is already announced on the Eventbrite page. So you can see details there, but the code of the Kahoots are not published yet. The other challenge will be live. The main challenge is not live. You can take the Kahoots at any time, the competition at any time. The other challenge will be live. We'll have a dinner competition. At the dinner time appointed on the schedule, we'll have a Kahoot live competition. And since we are replicating the conference in 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, we have two prizes. On today, Saturday, the winner of dinner competition will get a Microsoft bottle. And tomorrow, on dinner competition, the winner will get some bottle holders and an agenda. Oh, sorry. And we have a quiz time that happens later after the conference. And again, since we are replicating the conference on Saturday and Sunday, we have two prizes. The quiz time on Saturday, the winner will receive a t-shirt of SQL Server 2019, while on Sunday, the winner will receive a t-shirt of IT, this one on the right side. So this is our conference, and we will show you. We will have this challenge, prizes, and a lot of learning. This challenge will bring to you a lot of learning, and keep keep an eye on the Eventbrite web page because we will show many details on Eventbrite web page. Islami, would you like to add something more? You are mute.
Yes, that would help. Yes, I have already seen the Kahoot. We also have a preparation meeting a few days ago, and yeah, I believe that this will be a really great fun to check your knowledge, but also some of questions are a bit funny, some of them are more technical. So yeah, I would really encourage everyone to check the quizzes as well. Perhaps, yeah, do not take a break, but join all of the sessions, even the quizzes and the breaks. I think it will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, we'll have some surprises during the breaks, some interesting activities. Thank you very much for attending the conference, and let's start the keynote. So the keynote,
So Dennis, then maybe
yes.
before we start the keynote, also to give everyone an idea, and also David, you will already see that for every speaker we have prepared a very small video that will introduce the speaker a bit. So actually, Dennis, maybe right now I will show a video that we have prepared for you.
Oh, thank you.
I will share in a second. Um, I will share in a second.
Thank you very much for the videos. Very nice, very interesting. Thank you.
Yep. Then, yeah, that was a small presentation with you. Probably later on during each session, we will also have a small interview, a conversation with the speakers. So more will come. Um, yeah, but then probably the stage is yours. But yeah, maybe before we start, do you know how many conferences did you attend last year or in general? Is it the number already in thousands or still in hundreds?
It's difficult to say. It's very difficult to say because I'm Brazilian. In Brazil, we have a practice that is very common and that I miss here in Malta. Our universities make what is called a technical week, and during an entire week, they make technical sessions with guest speakers talking about many technical details, technical uh, technologies, and so on to the students. I remember, for example, there was once that one university that had branches all around the city. You imagine one city like Rio de Janeiro is the size of Malta, a bit bigger than Malta. One university that had branches all around the city invited me to talk on every day. Every day from Monday to Friday. Every night they were helping me to get to one of their branches and talk to the students. It was very nice. So with activities like this, I don't believe it achieved the thousands, but I lost the count. I completely lost the count of the numbers of conference that I attended and delivered some session.
That's impressive. That's impressive. All right, Dennis. Then the stage is yours.
All right, so let's talk about data platform in the cloud. Well, why so many are doing it wrong? What motivated me to build uh, this keynote? I thought this keynote would be very important for this conference. What motivates me? Because since I'm here in Malta, I'm seeing many companies uh, not handling the cloud migration very correctly and exactly missing one very important detail about cloud migration. So this motivated me to uh, talk about this keynote, to build this keynote. That's what I talk about. Why so many people are doing it wrong. Let me just adjust the screen. Oh, let's just get the entire screen. So let's start talking about this. What I'm talking about. This is me, but you already saw the video, so the presentation is done, and you have my contacts on the right side of the screen. Feel free to get in touch. It will be a pleasure to keep in touch with everyone. It would be a pleasure to connect. Again, thank you for our sponsor, Redgate. We already talked about the features provided by our user group in Malta. And let's talking about cloud services. Cloud services and a bit of definitions of the cloud service. So, cloud services, what are cloud services and how can we um, classify these cloud services? It's interesting that we can classify these cloud services in the same way we classify a pizza. A cloud service is a pizza. It's the same thing. Let's let's see how is this. So let's talk about pizza as a service. Pizza as a service. The point is, you can make your pizza at home. You can completely make your pizza at home. So you are responsible for everything, for the pizza, for the fire, the oven, for everything on the pizza. So you are making it home. Or you can take and bake. Go to a market, buy a pizza ready to bake, and bake the pizza at home. So your vendor manage the pizza itself. They are providing you the pizza, but you provide the fire, the oven, the dining table, and so on. But we also have pizza deliveries. We can just ask a delivery, like both food, especially on these challenging days, and our vendor who manage almost everything. We will need to manage the drinks and the dining table, just that. And last but not least, we also have the option to dine out. We can go to a restaurant. And if we go to a restaurant, our vendor manage everything for us. We just need to eat. We just need to eat our delicious pizza. And this is exactly the same with cloud service. It's exactly this classification. How is this? Here you see the classification of the cloud services. You have an on-premise environment where you manage everything. Then you have what's called infrastructure as a service, where your provider gives you the basic of the infrastructure, network, storage, server, virtualization, but from this point up, you need to manage. Then you have the platform as a service, where the cloud provider gives you a ready to use platform. And you only use the service, manage the data, the applications. And finally, you have software as a service. Software as a service, you will just consume the software. Some examples. Infrastructure as a service is when you create a virtual machine in a cloud provider. You create a virtual machine in a cloud provider, you are using infrastructure as a service. Uh, Platform as a service is when you use a service provided by the service provider, a supporting service provided by the service provider, such as, for example, Azure SQL, SQL Server in the cloud, SQL Server in the cloud, but as a PaaS, and not only in a virtual machine. This is an example of a PaaS. And the last one, software as a service, is software for the final user. For example, examples of software as a service, we have the Office 365. Office 365 is an example of software as a service. It's provided in the cloud as a service for the end user. So, let me just try again and make one small adjustment on the screen. See if, sorry. No, it's not working. So let's leave only the PowerPoint and let's talk about migration and mistakes. Migration to the cloud and some mistakes that are usually made. These mistakes are so common that even Dilbert tell us about these mistakes. Even Dilbert teach us about these mistakes. See, the boss asking Dilbert, uh, the boss is asking, why the app we move it to the cloud didn't automatically solve it our problems? And the answer is simple. Because you wouldn't let me react the app to be cloud native. The app we moved to the cloud is not a cloud native app. So it will not solve our problems. And the boss just put it in container. You can't solve a problem just by saying techy things. Like Kubernetes, for example, it doesn't work. The app is not cloud native. It will not work. And how does relate with the reality? This is in fact the reality. What's the process to move to the cloud? The first step when we move to the cloud, we would like to have in the cloud, outside our on-premise environment, the exactly environment that we have on-premise. This task is usually called lift and shift. So we are getting exactly what we have on-premise and putting in the cloud. It's what we call lift and shift. Uh, but after the lift and shift, we need to proceed. We need to go forward with what is called app modernization. Uh, After the app is already running in the cloud, we need to start transforming pieces of the app and modernizing the app. This usually involves uh, some breaking on the app, breaking the app in microservices, and uh, transforming the app in a cloud native app. Good morning to Demetrius and Joseph that are watching us on YouTube. We can see on the comments. Good morning for you. And let's proceed. So, choosing a cloud provider. That's the main point about choosing a cloud provider. Most people think about cloud. Oh, cloud is lift and shift. I will get what I have here, put in a virtual machine, and it will be there, and it needs to solve all my problems, and that's it. Because this line of thought is why people are making very big mistakes. And that's exactly what the Dilbert cartoon was showing. Uh, just by putting the app in the cloud, just by making a lift and shift, the app will not solve the company problems. You need the second step, the app modernization, the transformation of the app in a really cloud native app. Then we get to the choosing of the cloud provider. And the challenge in relation to choose the cloud provider is you don't want to choose a cloud provider that will keep you stuck on IaaS, infrastructure as a service. The companies today that are are only thinking about IaaS as lift and shift and totally forgetting the platform as a service. They are choosing a cloud provider only by the service and virtual machines that these cloud providers can give. But what this cloud provider is able to give later. When the company reaches the next stage, the stage to make the app modernization, will the cloud provider support this stage? Or will the cloud provider make the company keep stuck on IaaS and without being able to modernize the app? It depends on the cloud provider. So when we choose a cloud provider, when we decide about cloud provider, you need to investigate not only the resources for the initial migration for the lift and shift, if the cloud provider gives you benefit on the lift and shift, not only that, but what comes next. Will the cloud provider give you benefit as well to turn your application in cloud native? And that's what will really solve problems of the company and really give advantage, real advantage for the app. Good morning, Thomas. We have another speaker on the chat watching us on YouTube, Thomas Hatter. Good morning, Thomas. So, what cloud provider will you choose? What's your cloud provider? Your cloud provider could be a cloud provider that will keep you stuck, like you are seeing on this sad picture. Is this your cloud provider that you have today? A cloud provider that don't allow you to move forward, to give a step forward, or is this your cloud provider that leaves you free to upgrade your app, to transform your app, and make a full use of platform as a service? So the decision of a cloud provider is something critical. Many cloud providers will act like this. You shall not pass. They will help you while building a lift and shift. You go to the cloud, you go to the SaaS, but after the lift and shift, you shall not pass. You not go to PaaS because the cloud provider it will not provide you with that. And that's the difficult part, and that's what you need to discover before hiring a cloud provider. And we have a joke that we usually tell around technical people. Oh, there is no cloud. Cloud is just someone else's computers. Well, we technical people can dig many layers on this joke. But this joke is a joke very easily to be misunderstood because when you say that there is no cloud, that is just someone else's computer, uh, although very underneath there is some truth for that, people will start to keep in mind, oh, it's just a computer somewhere else. It's just a virtual machine somewhere else. So from a joke, people will start thinking and keep stuck to IaaS. Exactly what can happen. Exactly what people should not do. People should have in mind. Okay, let's use a virtual machine to migrate to make a lift and shift. Fine, it's the first step to go to the cloud, but you can't keep stuck there. You need to evolve after that. You need to plan the following steps and modernize your app. So this joke is not true. Uh, it doesn't mind that in some technical point of views, this joke is seen as true. But the fact is that this joke is not really true because the services provided by the cloud, the PaaS services provided by the cloud are so more than just someone else's computer that uh, that we can't rely on this joke anymore. Good morning, Fabiana. So let's see a demonstration about PaaS. I prepare a very small demonstration because my idea is to focus on the migration to the cloud and the importance of PaaS. So I try to get a service that is very critical and will show you how easy it is when we are using PaaS. While I make this demo, you can start thinking on your mind how would be this service if you were uh, just uh, just using lift and shift. How you would reach the same result that I will show here if you were just using lift and shift, just using virtual machine in the cloud. So let's start this demonstration. I open the Azure portal. This is the Azure portal, and I have a database here called a server called DBA Farm. And this server DBA Farm has a database called ADVWorks here. So I have a database called ADVWorks. I can connect to this database on the SSMS. So here I have the connection to this database on SSMS. Let me check this table if this table is here correctly. Select start from demo Malta. This table is here and has 2,385 84 records. Let's insert one more. Let's make it 85 records. Fine for me. Fine for me. Okay. Uh, so what I will do here? This is a regular service provided by a cloud provider. This is a PaaS service provided by a cloud provider. What I will do here? Well, if I have a SQL Server and a database in the cloud, I need to ensure that I have some redundancy. I don't want this server to go down. If this server to go down, I want to have a high availability solution. And how will I build a high availability solution here? I'm using a PaaS, Platform as a Service. Then notice how everything is given to me, is ready. And imagine how you would build this solution if you were using just virtual machines. So I'm here at the database level, and I have here an option called, let me locate it. I always lose this. Oh, sorry. I'm on the server. I need to go to the database level. This solution is made on the database level. And here on the database level, I have the option gel replication. So I can replicate my database in another geographic region. And Azure has given to me all the possible geographic regions where I can replicate my database. Let's choose one. And I will not choose randomly. There is a reason for my choice. In fact, here, because I was making some tests before, the replication is already done between two regions, between the region North Europe and West Europe. And North Europe is the primary and is online, while West Europe is the secondary. I was playing with this and I'm very sorry that I forget to delete. Let me see if I stop the replication, delete the replication, so I can create again the replication. It's working on stopping the gel replication. Some timeout happened. I'm trying to improvise because it was to build it. Now I'm having to delete it and build again. Anyway, I don't have the gel application anymore. Now I have only North Europe and no gel application configured. So I can start from the scratch and I will configure the gel application. Uh, my main database is on North Europe. There is a reason to choose one specific reason. I'll talk more about this. I'll talk more about why you should choose one specific region. If my region is North Europe, my replicated region should be where is it? Is West Europe. You see, there is a pair of Azure regions, and there is a reason for that. I will talk about this in some moments. So I have a server DBA Fan2. It's refusing to put on DBA Fan2. Let's create another server just to make things more direct. DBA Fan3, I'll create the server on the new region. And I'm creating the server on West Europe. West Europe, okay. So I created the server, the bfun3, and no elastic pool. It already got the same computer storage that my first database used. Then I use, let's see, networking, allow Azure services to access the server, and then review and create. So I'm creating a replication of my main Azure SQL database. Can you imagine how complex this would be if you were using only virtual machines? How complex this would be if you were only on IaaS? Luckily, I'm not on IaaS. I'm using PaaS, and PaaS gives everything ready to me. I just need to go directly to my business problem. Good morning, Thorsten. Another speaker watching us from YouTube. I'm not sure if I pronounced your name correctly. Later, you explain to me the pronounce. So we are deploying the dbfun3 server with the replication. While we are deploying, I can explain the question about the regions. I have some slides here to explain the question about region pairing. What's region pairing in Azure? Every Azure region has a pair, has a defined pair. Is what Azure call Azure pairing. So every region has a pair of that region. Why? Why do we have this pair? Why this pair is needed? This pair is needed because by establishing this pair, Azure will ensure that you will always have one of the regions online. So if you make a high availability scenario using the pairing regions, Azure will ensure you one of your high availability nodes will be available. And if for any reason, such as an alien attack, a spaceship arrives on Earth and destroys the internet, and all the Azure regions go down. So when the Azure regions were coming up, Azure will first uh, put up one region of each pair. One region of each pair will be put up. And later, after every pair has one region up, the second region on each pair will be put up. So let's say that we establish a high availability scenario, but you mix the pairs. You choose regions that are not really a pairing region. So what will happen? If a bunch of aliens attack us and destroy the Azure network, when the Azure network comes up again, it's possible that your servers will be the last one to come up because you may be on the secondary node of each of two different Azure pairings, region pairings. So it's possible that your servers will be the last one to come up. And this is not good. This is not good. So following the rules of the Azure pairing will ensure you that you will always have one of the regions on, and if a disaster like an alien attack uh, destroys everything, uh, Azure will give priority to put one region on each pair on before continuing to the second. Good morning, Mikey. Mikey will be talking in some minutes. Here we see some examples of issue pairing. This is a defined list. You need to check the documentation on Microsoft's website to check what region makes pair with what region. Each region has a pair. So that's the idea of the Agile pairing. And the pair of North Europe is West Europe. So you make high availability scenarios use the region pairings, and each region has a pair. Let's get back to our demo because it was still is still working. It's deployed now. Our demo is already deployed, so we can go to the new database db_fun. So I have a new database db_fun 3, but let's go to the previous one, the dba_fun SQL database Adventure Works, and I can see here on the gel application that now I have the environment geo-replicated. I have a geo-replication environment between North Europe and West Europe. And North Europe is the primary environment. But each one has a different name. North Europe is DBA Fun. West Europe is DBA Fun 3. We need a solution to be able to connect and automatically be redirected to the other one. We need a solution for that. This solution is achieved on the server level. On the server level, we have a solution that are the failover groups. The failover groups controlled on the server level, they are basically a DNS manager. So I create a name of a fake server, DBA group, and I select the pair for the server. I'm on DBA fun, and I say the pair of DBA fun is the DBA fun 3. There is a grace period. We are dealing with DNS. And I can choose the database that will be linked on this failover group. Okay, select the database and create. We can wait a bit, and it's creating the failover group. It takes some moments for that. Deployment succeed. Let me make me a refresh on this screen. And here we can see that we have a failover group called DBA group. And this failover group has a primary server and a secondary server. The primary server is DBA Fun, and the secondary server is DB Fun 3. So we have a primary server and a secondary server. And I can connect to the failover group. I can connect to DBA Fun group instead of connecting to any one of the two database. I can connect to the DBA Fun group to the failover group. So it will be Azure responsibility to redirect connection to the server that is the primary server at this moment. Azure will take care of that. Let's wait a bit. And I can click on the group, on the failover group, and it's even showing a map for us. It's showing where the servers are and which one is the primary and which one is the secondary. The failover group is just part of the solution. Let me confirm that I put the correct name, but I believe so. I believe I included the correct name. No, it's the B group. I used the wrong name. There is no fun here. My mistake. I missed the fun. So, login error for my login. I may have typed it wrong. So, type again. And now I'm connected to the failover group. and becomes Azure responsibility to redirect this to the correct destination. To the correct destination. And I can force a failover at any moment improvise a bit, but let's make some examples. See the records that we have on demo Malta. We have 200, 2385. I will insert a new one. So now we have 86, 2386, and the last one was number 86, of course, and I can force a failover. Force failover. When I force a failover, I will revert the servers. Okay, the request was submitted. Let's make a refresh, wait a bit, and you'll see the servers in different positions. So now my primary server is the DB Fun 3 and my secondary server is the DB Fun. So my primary is the Fun 3 and my secondary is the DB Fun. And I'm still connected to the failover group. I can select from the table. As always, Murphy law sometimes fails because the failover group is based on DNS. It has some latency problems on the DNS. There are other solutions for this not be really based on DNS. I'm just using the easiest solution. Oh, it blocked me by firewall. Just the fact that blocked me by firewall is showing me that is accessing the other server because the main server was able I was able to access with the firewall, but the other one not. The other one is new. So just the fact that blocked me by firewall is showing me that is already accessing the second server. I will add my IP address to it. Is a mismatch between the client and the server. Sorry for sometimes I try to improvise on the demos and there are some details hidden there. I need to open the file directly on the secondary server. Let me get here the secondary server. DB-Fun3. Firewall. And add client IP. Save. Success. Now it will work. Now it will work. Let's go back to SSMS where we were trying to access the server. try again, and now I can completely access the server. I can execute the query. Not much fair because it went to the bfun. Let me open a query with the bfun group, and now and we notice the number of records 2386. I haven't missed a record here. No record was missed at this point. So I just made a highly available solution on a PaaS, Azure SQL PaaS. The high availability solution is working. I can fail over from one to another, and that's absolutely great. That's absolutely great, and that's the power of PaaS. Let me already advise that I created some mind-blowing slides here, and I will give a terrible example for the other speakers and delay just a bit my session. So I was talking about region pairing, and I would put the question: do your cloud provider protect you against aliens? For sure, no cloud provider that only provide you with IaaS or just put a virtual machine there, they don't care about aliens. Azure care about aliens. If an alien attack puts down the Azure network, you will be protected because the Azure pairing. You'll be sure that your service will be one of the first to get back as long as you follow the Azure pairing rules. Let's talk more about the cloud market, and now let's talk about some mind-blowing things that are happening on the cloud market. The cloud market, we have Microsoft Azure. I mentioned only the main ones. I may be forgetting some. Microsoft Azure, Amazon AWS, and Google Cloud. This is the cloud market. Um it's too simple. When Microsoft looks to something like this and looks, oh, it's too simple. That's why Microsoft decides to turn the table. Let's change everything. Let's turn the table. And what Microsoft did, Microsoft created a software called Azure Arc. And Azure Arc is a really mind changing and a really changing on all concepts that we have about the cloud. Imagine this. We have a pizza. Azure Arc is about putting the pizza inside the box and put the box inside the cloud. That's it. Let's translate this idea. The pizza is the PaaS service. So we put the pizza inside a container in Kubernetes service. Then we will put the Kubernetes service inside Amazon AWS, Google Cloud, on-premise, and so on. Let's give you a minute to think. Yes, it's Microsoft service everywhere. That's Microsoft service everywhere. This design of the market for Microsoft was too simple, so they decided to change it a bit and put Azure as one cloud to rule everything. I can't even say one cloud to rule them all, because it's not only to rule other clouds, it's to rule the on-premise as well. You can put cloud services inside your on-premise environment by using Azure Air. So this means that when you decide to move your on-premise environment to cloud, you will not discard your servers. You can choose some cloud services, the less critical ones, to be kept on your premise environment and still be managed by Azure in a centralized way. So Azure is not a simple cloud anymore. Azure is now a cloud manager. And even for billing, you can manage AWS billing, what the amount you expend in AWS inside Azure Cost Management. I had to amplify a lot, zoom a lot this picture, but you may be able to say that the first item there was Amazon Elasticon. It was a service inside Amazon, managed by Azure Cost Management. So now Azure is not a single cloud. Azure is a cloud manager, capable to manage any other cloud that you are using, any other environment that you are using by using Azure Arc. Azure Arc is the central feature on this management. It can manage on-premise environment to use your servers until the last moment. You can put on your on-premise servers maybe less important services, but probably your on-premise services are getting old. That's why I'm saying you would put less important services on them, but maybe you have other scenarios for that. You can manage IoT devices, and you can manage multi-cloud. You can manage Google Cloud. You can manage AWS Cloud. So Azure is not a single cloud anymore. It's a cloud to manage the other clouds. So if you think for some reason that put a service in AWS is cheaper, less expensive than on Azure, you still can get the PaaS service from Azure and put inside AWS, and there is no problem of that. This is the structure of Azure Hack, the architecture of Azure Hack, and Azure Hack is based on Kubernetes. What is happening is that all PaaS services on Azure, they are being transformed one by one to be fit inside the Kubernetes environment. And by fitting inside the Kubernetes environment, these services can be installed anywhere, on-premise in your local Kubernetes environment, or in Amazon AWS Kubernetes service, in Google Cloud Kubernetes service, wherever you have a Kubernetes service, you can use that. And you have also agents to be installed in physical machines or virtual machines. You install Arc agents, and these machines are included inside the Azure management. So you'll be able to manage these machines from Azure. So this is a complete change of the way the cloud works. So if PaaS was already something new for many people, and many people was ignoring PaaS, now we have something even more challenging. Is the idea that Azure is not only a cloud, Azure is a cloud manager. It's capable to manage any cloud that you are using. So cloud is more than a lift and shift. Don't let your cloud provider hold you back. Multi-cloud is something absolutely real. Multi-cloud is real. We can use multi-cloud. Hybrid environment is real. You can use services on-premise and online. And I'm talking about PaaS services, not only infrastructure as a service. You can use them on-premise and online. And you have one cloud to rule them all. Azure became the cloud manager and not only a cloud service. Thank you very much for attending this session. Thank you very much for your patience with my delay, setting a terrible example for the other speakers. I hope you liked this session. I hope that this session helped a lot on changing some ideas about cloud services. Thank you very much. Uh, Anyone has any additional question?
That's Slavomir. I believe there is no open question at this moment, but yeah, it was a good presentation, Dennis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our next step now is going through the sessions. We'll have a small break, but we will have some activities on this break. So we'll go to the sessions on each track. This track that you are in is track 2. Now we'll have a small break in sessions starting on track 1 and track 3. And you can already get in these tracks because we will have some activities and some very interesting activities on these tracks. I have some videos to show for you. Let me show some videos here to share while we wait the time for the next speaker. Thank you, Ryan. Great that you liked the session. Thank you very much. So I will share a video. Let me get a video to share here. This is an interesting video because it's an old video. Oh, I have some difficulty with the format. The video is so old that is giving me some difficulty with the format. While I solve this, let me select another one. Easier.
All right, Dennis. Then I will step out, and yeah, I encourage everyone to join the other tracks as well. Probably speakers and the other host will appear there soon. And yeah, see you there.
See you there. And I continue here preparing the videos while we have a small break for the speaker. Let me get the videos. While I get the videos, we are waiting the next speaker. Thank you, Vinicius. This video that I'm sharing now is very interesting because it's a view that Microsoft had about the future 20 years ago. 20 years ago, this was how Microsoft was viewing the future, and this makes it very interesting. Let's just ensure that you will be able to see the sound. To listen the sound, of course.
Finally, I get on the plane. When they make that announcement that you can't use your cell phone, well, far be it from me to trifle with the FAA. And then I realized I couldn't make a call if I wanted to because I left my smartphone plugged in and recharging at my house. Next time I am going to duct tape 2 alarm clocks to my head, rigged in series, forming a sort of cray super alarm clock. It's a good engineering joke.
How can I help you?
Anyway, my entire life is in that phone. My appointments, my contacts, my phone number. Well, obviously my phone number.
Do you have your smart card?
Yes.
Maybe we can get your life back.
Can you believe I left my phone at home?
It's a real shock.
Oh, no. I'm late. Oh, hey! Excuse me. Sorry. Sorry, dude. Sorry, dude. Call Dr. Andre now.
Dr. Andre's office.
Yes. Hi. This is Steve Masters. I need help.
Just relax, Mr. Masters. Would you mind if I verify your identity?
Sure.
What happened this time, Mr. Masters?
Bike messenger. Don't ask.
I see this isn't your first encounter with a bike messenger. Oh, I see. You're in San Francisco. Now, do you have pain or swelling?
Both. And I'm a tad bit stressy. Sorry.
I can hear that. Do you need to go to the emergency room?
No, please. Is there a clinic nearby that accepts my insurance?
Let me see if I can schedule something.
Good. Scheduling is good.
All right, Mr. Masters. You've got 2 choices. 1, your managed care with 100% of your coverage has a clinic 30 minutes from you. Or your wife's Safety First plan has a clinic 2 blocks away and opening in 15 minutes, but you're only covered for up to 80%.
Good. 80%. Good.
Now, do you want to pay the remaining 20% out of your prepaid medical? You have $2,000 left.
Yeah, great. Sure.
Can you approve Dr. Walu accessing your medical records? It will speed things up.
Sure. And can you send a car service like you did with my head?
Honey, it's on the way.
Nasty sprain, Steve. Bike messenger again, huh?
Yeah.
This is highly improbable.
Oh, took the words right out of my mouth, Dr. Walu.
Walu.
Walu? Sorry.
Yep. You have to stay on your toes in this city. I'm going to prescribe you something for the pain.
Good.
Pharmacy next door, okay?
Great.
You're allergic to codeine, so I'm going to prescribe meperidine.
All right.
You know, I think I'm going to give you morphine instead.
Morphine? Really? Wow.
Should be ready in about 15 minutes. Watch out for bike messengers.
Good one, Dr. Walu. Walu.
I agree with Dr. Walu. It doesn't look like a break, so you should be fine.
Oh, that's good news. Okay. Thanks, Doc.
Oh, and Steve, be careful out there.
I'm being a lot more careful, I can tell you that. Oh.
Hello,
Hey, guys.
Thorsten.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Oh,
hear
that's
you,
great.
but we
Yeah,
can see you. Do you have
it's
a problem with
true.
your camera?
Yeah, I guess the camera is disabled because of security or whatever. Let's start without. Maybe I can fix it. But at least you can hear me and you can see the screen, correct?
Sure.
That's
sure.
good. That's good.
Fine. Have you saw the video we prepared for you? Have you liked it? Is the video correct?
Yeah, everything is fine, perfectly fine. Thanks a lot for this. You spent a lot of effort, a lot of time. I really enjoy the way you are creating the conference. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Tell us a bit about your city. You live in
City.
Germany. Yeah, you live in
Yeah.
Germany, right?
Yeah,
But
honestly, I was born in Berlin, so currently I live in Bochum, which is not very close to Berlin, but and it is definitely not comparing to Berlin because Berlin is the capital, and Bochum is really just a small city in Germany, close to Düsseldorf.
yeah, the pronouns of the city was something that I would ask you. Bochum, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Bochum.
Bochum, yeah, Bochum.
Because these letters change from language to language, so we
Yeah.
never know exactly how to pronounce it.
Yeah, Bochum. Yeah, that's fine. Pronunciation is pretty good.
Okay. So fine, great. Let me share your screen
Oh, yeah.
here. The screen. Now, welcome, and the stage is yours.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for joining my session about query optimization. So I have given a lot of presentation about performance tuning in the last, I don't know, maybe 5 years. And yeah, this is really my favorite. So if you have any questions, I cannot promise to answer all your questions, but at least do not be shy. Yeah, ask, even if you think other people know already their answer. I doubt. Yeah, so please go ahead and ask the questions. Okay. So that's me. I'm Thorsten Strauß, and I was already introduced in the nice video. I really like and enjoyed the video. So yeah, I'm a consultant, trainer, and speaker, as already mentioned. So nothing that important about me. Yes. So let's start with the session. So I hope you're aware that I'm talking about automatic query tuning, I guess, and I hope that is the reason why you joined the session, this slot here. Otherwise, you have to go to track 1 or track 3. So automatic tuning is something which is introduced, or which was introduced from Microsoft in 2017. And I guess Microsoft will definitely enhance the functionalities further on. I would say, and this is part of query intelligence processing overall. So we have a lot of features. So I really need to distinguish between the features. Personally, I would say I like a lot of the features, but not all. And I'm going to present automatic query tuning, especially the part which is plan correction, because you have another one which is only available in Azure SQL Database, which is automatic index optimization. I have no idea about this feature, but I know, I guess, a lot of things about plan correction, which I'm going to share. And personally, again, I think sometimes it helps, but this will not, how can I put it, solve the root cause of your performance issues. Yeah. So please do not expect that all your performance issues you currently have in your system will go away when you enable this feature. This is definitely wrong. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, so what is automatic plan correction? So automatic plan correction is an automatic tuning feature, as already mentioned, that it identifies execution plan choice regression and automatically fix the issue by forcing the last known good plan. So, and we will see it in a demo. So I do not have any slides prepared. It's really, everything is a demonstration, because I guess then you learn how the feature really works. It's much better than seeing a PowerPoint presentation, right? So what you need to do, what you need to know is that automatic plan correction is only available in Enterprise Edition or Azure SQL Database. And you have to understand what a plan regression is. Yeah, so I'm talking a lot about plan regressions further on. So plan regression is something which normally, or the other way around. You know, when SQL Server has to execute your query, it first compiles an execution plan, which is normally, in most of the cases, it will be saved in the procedure cache. That means it will reused until, I don't know, statistic updates or schema update or whatever happen. So, and when this happens, the next time you execute the same procedure, maybe with a different parameter, which is either more selective or not that selective as the first parameter, where the first execution plan was built, SQL Server will create a new execution plan for you. And that is why you sometimes have the feeling, or not even the feeling, it is true, that the same query is running fast, and the day after, the query is running slow. That is a main root cause of the problem is plan regression. Because again, SQL Server will choose another plan, and the plan is maybe not the best one for the parameter set. So that is, I would say, in a nutshell, what a plan regression is. And you will see it in the demonstration. So I think that is something which I can skip here because I have a lot of demonstration. I will go into demonstration and not just read what I have written here. So let's start with the demonstration. So I'm using AdventureWorks 2017. And I just want to make sure that everything which I have here, which I prepared yesterday again, is resetted. So I set SQL Server to 2040 or 50. So I will do it with 50 because I already have SQL Server 2019 installed. But you can even do the same with SQL Server 2017 as mentioned. Yeah? So first precondition is SQL Server 2017 or 19. So the compatibility level is 150 now because I changed it. The query store is disabled by default in all your databases. And that is why you cannot enable. And by the way, if you have problems, maybe I can blow it up a little bit. Hopefully you can read everything. Otherwise, give a shout and I will try to fix it. So when I enable automatic query tuning now, you can see we have different options here. We are concentrating on force last good plan. That is automatic plan correction. That is a feature we are talking about. You get a warning, or not a warning, you even get an error. So you cannot enable the feature because it really relies and depends on the query store. But the query store, again, by default is off. So what you have to do is, in order to benefit from the feature, you have to enable the query store, okay? When we now enable automatic tuning, automatic plan correction, force last good plan on, it works. So this is something you have to keep in mind. And I have presented a lot of times about the query store. And I like the feature, but it also has some, how can I put it, drawbacks. Yeah? So even sometimes you can see that you have some performance problems caused by the query store, which is a little bit ridiculous because you're looking for queries you want to tune in order to improve the performance, but the query store itself will harm the performance. That is something you have to keep in mind. So I do not want to say it is worth to implement or enable query store on every database by default. That is something I would not recommend. But here, if you want to use the feature, you have to enable query store, okay? So let me check the status. So there are several DMVs. I do not want to go into that detail because you can see them here. Yeah, it's not a secret. All of them, all of the DMVs are documented by Microsoft. So you can see the desired status on, actual status on, reason why the desired state is not the actual state or vice versa is null because it works. When I now disable the query store and I again check the status of the automatic plan correction, so you can see that the desired state is on, the actual is off, and the reason why the actual status is off but the desired is on. The desired is on because you want to be the plan correction should be on, but off is query store is set to off. So this is something you have to keep in mind. The problem here is, and honestly, this is something you have to keep in mind. Maybe you rely on automatic plan corrections, but by chance, the query store is set to off. You still think you're I would say you have the support from the plan correction, but it is not the case. You do not get any kind of warning when you disable the query store that automatic plan correction is currently desired. This is something you have to keep in mind. Okay, that is the reason why I just want to present this here. Okay, let's do some housekeeping just to reset everything. So I disabled the query store again, disabled automatic query tuning, force last good plan, and set the compatibility level to 150 again. Okay, so in order to understand how automatic plan correction works, we have to understand how to do it manually. And again, we have to understand what a plan regression is, because otherwise it is hard to understand what SQL Server is doing with the support of the feature. So we have what we use here is, and this is something you will see it later in one of the report of the query store. You can force a specific plan, which is used by the query. So SP query store forced plan. It means I force SQL Server to use and always use the same plan over and over, which is horrible dangerous, as you will see. Okay, but this is the idea here. There's another DMV, which is DMDB tuning recommendations. That is, again, it is always there, but it is only, you will only see data, first of all, when the feature automatic plan correction is set to on, and when there is a reason or an indication that SQL Server has detected a possible plan regression. Yeah. So that's it. These are the DMVs which we will mainly use. You can see there's nothing in because I restarted my SQL Server, and this is something you need to know. This is different to query store. So the query store, as you know, will send all the information about the query execution and also the query plans to the primary file group, which I do not like. I like the idea that they are persisted, but I do not like that they are sent, that all of the data will go to the primary file group. But this is another discussion. At least when you restart the SQL Server, all the information from the query store, and even in case of a crash, right? So all the information will be are already saved in the primary file group. That means all the information you collected are available after a restart. This is not true for the information which you get from this DMDB tuning recommendations, right? So these information you will lose. I don't know why, but it is like it is. This is something you have to understand. That is a reason why I normally recommend from time to time also to save just the result set of this DMV, because again, if you restart your SQL Server or it crashes or whatever, you will lose all the information. Yeah. This is something you have to keep in mind. There is a view which, where I spent a few hours maybe, which is a little bit more enhanced, just concatenating, joining a few DMVs. And again, currently you cannot see any available data. Yeah? But later on, we will use this DMV, the join of DMVs here, to get more insights. Okay, good. I will prepare just one table which we will use over the entire demo, which is pretty easy to understand. That is the reason why I selected this table. This is just a table which is sales order detail, and I call it small. Yeah, and I just insert 500,000 records from a table which I already created, which is also just another copy of sales order, but with a lot of more data. And let me insert the data, first of all. And again, I create, or not again, I create a non-clustered index on the sales order ID. So what I have is just a heap, right, with roughly 500 million rows, as we will see in a minute. And I have a non-clustered index on top of the sales order ID. That's it. Nothing really complicated. And to be honest, a very common schema. Yeah? So let's try to understand the distribution. And I did it exactly like this because we have an uneven distribution. You can see that the sales order ID, this one with a 59 in the end, have 500,000 rows, where the sales order ID with 60 in the end just have 10. This is an uneven distribution, and this already, or the other way around. In nature, the nature of an uneven distribution is that it is very likely that you will see a plan regression depending on the value you pass over to a sort procedure, which can be either the selective one or the non-selective one, right? You cannot foresee it in most of the cases. For sure, there are different ways to fix it, and we will see at least one to get rid of plan regression. But first of all, I will show how it works. Let me create a sort procedure called regression. And you can see it accepts one parameter, sales order ID. You remember that is the one where we have the non-clustered index on top of it. And it just select all the data from sales order detail small, the table we created, where sales order ID is equal to the parameter which we are passing here. Very simple one. So I create, or I will create an extended event, because everything which is related to automatic plan regression, we have events. And these events we can capture in an extended event session, as you can see. And there's one event which is related. There are a few more, but this is the one where I'm interested in, because honestly, I think there are 4 or 5 more events related to this feature, but I haven't seen any, I would say, meaningful information. It is not very good documented, but this is something which we will use, and you will understand the idea of the event. So let me create the extended event. Cool, and we will use the extended events later on. I start the extended event. So this is just the preparation. Preparation is done. We created a table with an uneven distribution, with a non-clustered index. We have one sort procedure, and we have an extended event. Nothing more. Very, very easy, I hope. So the example I will show is a plan regression for a selective parameter. You remember there was the sales ID 60, I guess, which only has 10 hits, or I would say available records in the table. That is a selective one, and there was the other one, which we will use later on. So again, this example shows a plan regression for a selective parameter executed in a table scan. Okay, let's give it a try. I will enable first of all disable the automatic plan correction, but again, because we have query restore enabled, we will see even plan regression information in the DMV tuning recommendations. This is really just about forcing less plan automatically. All the other information are available even if you disable the feature. So I set query restore on again, just to make sure that everything is working. I flush the entire query restore to avoid that I overwhelm you with existing data. Flush the procedure cache. That's it. So this is the first time I will execute the stored procedure with the selective value, and I guess we will get back 10 records. And let me show you the execution plan. No, it's more, 10, 10 records. Here you can see 10 records as expected. We know the distribution already. We can see that we have roughly, exactly, in this case, we have 13 logical IOs. And we have a very common pattern. I cannot blow it up, sorry for this, but I hope you can see it. We have an index seek, right, on the non-clustered index, on the sales order ID. And because the index is not fully covering, let me go to the, where's the start procedure? Here, I do not want to scroll, but you remember that I ask for all the columns, not only for the whole sales order ID. So that is the reason why SQL Server identifies the 10 records with the index seek, use a nested loop in order to use a so-called bookmark, or in this case, it is so-called RID lookup. We have another one, which is key lookup. Both of them are bookmark lookups in order to get the missing columns. And you can see the output list. These are the columns I'm asking for, right, which are not part of the index. So we have a covering index. That is the way, one way, we will see another way, how SQL Server can retrieve all the missing data. This is a bookmark lookup or a read lookup in our case, because we do not have a cluster table. Okay, so in the query store, and you can do it with the reports as well, but I prefer to use the DMVs. And honestly, I wonder why it is not called DMV here. It's really called just query store. I don't know. Maybe it's a smaller bug from Microsoft, but that's okay. I just get the query ID for the execution, and there is a plan ID associated with this, as we will see later on somewhere. You have a lot of information here, which are the, I would say, the execution details. We can see the CPU time, we can see the logical I/O, so everything what you normally can see with set statistics I/O time and so forth. These information and a few more are captured in the query store. But the most information, or the most important information, is my query ID. Okay, with the query ID, and this is something which I cannot know in front of, or up front. Let's use the query ID 3 for another DMV, which I created. It's again just a join of several DMVs, and it is not that important to understand the way it is joined. It is more important to understand what you can see. So we have the query ID, we have the object ID, which is nothing else than the object ID of the stored procedure, named regression. We have the text, very useful information, really useful information. We have the query hash, we have the plan ID, and the plan ID, whenever the query is executed the first time, it will get the query ID, and the plan ID is the same. So whenever you have just one query with one plan, then you always have the same query ID as plan ID. Good. You can for sure also again open the query, the execution plan, query execution plan. It is here. I do not want to keep it. And we can see the total and the average, the max CPU time, and the number of executions. Hopefully, so what sometimes happens, and this is something I need to admit here, sometimes it is really hard to understand, to have how can I put it, a deterministic or predictable example. So if something goes wrong now, I just need to repeat, and hopefully I have almost the same CPU load, and therefore just want to make sure that I'm not running in best performance, right? Because the automatic plan correction, which we will see later on, and this is really important, just considers CPU time, nothing else. You know, we have a lot of more KPI, we call them KPIs or metrics or whatever available. We have the logical I/O, we have the physical I/O, for sure we have the same for writes, we have CPU, we have memory, so we have weights, yeah. We have different kind of, I would say figures in order to judge whether a query runs fast or whether a query runs slow. And again, the automatic plan correction, we will see this later on, only considers CPU time, nothing else, right? And this is, I would say, a good idea, and I fully understand that this is the only way to solve the problem, because everything like elapsed time is highly dependent on wait time, for example, and even from and a wait time can be a log. So a log from another table, that means you are blocked, your query will wait forever, but the execution of the query the next time is horrible fast because you do not encounter a log anymore. That is why you cannot rely on elapsed time. So CPU time, I guess, is the right choice, but it has some limitations here. So you can see that so the last time I executed this query, it took a little bit, it was even faster. You can see it here. But I hope, again, the example will still work. So let's go further. And you can get and this is something I already mentioned. Let me do the following, execute this one. So what you can see here is just another way to, another perspective on the query. So you can see most of the information, but you can also see the compiled value. So the compiled value is something which you will see in the XML statement, which is nothing else than the execution plan in your procedure cache. That is the information you get when you open the query execution plan. It is called, what is it? Compile value, parameter compile value. So, and again, this execution plan is optimized and was compiled for the selective parameter 60, right? You can see it here, and it is still in the plan cache. Okay, let's go down. So what I will do now is the following. I will execute the same query with the same parameter 15 times. And it will not take that long because it's already done. So perfect. So I executed the query now, I guess 15 or 16 times because I already executed the query once before the loop. And again, I will execute the same DMV to get information about the total, the minimum, and the average CPU time. This time a little bit closer to my example, which I executed yesterday. But you can see that the average CPU time and all the information will be not corrected, but they will be updated, right, in the query plan. And again, the query plan is something you need for plan correction, for at least automatic plan correction. So now we have executed the same sort procedure with the selective parameter 16 times, right? And we have information in our query store because we enabled the query store. Now I will clear the sort procedure cache. That means when I now execute the same query, I get either the same or a different execution plan depending on the selectivity of the parameter. So the selectivity of the sales order ID 60 was very, what is the right word here? It is very selective, yes. That means I only get 10 records back. This time, I will do the same for the non-selective one. It already takes a little bit longer, as you can see. But I have to wait. So, and because all the information you will see here, I already copied here. So we have logical reads 3650. That is completely different to the former example where we only had 13, right? It really takes a long time. I wonder. Okay, but it is running at least, which is a good sign, I would say. Good. I can, no, I need to wait. Sorry, I need to wait. This is really that a little bit confused because it should not took that long, but take that long. It's interesting. How many records do I get back? Second. We should get back 500,000, so that's fine. We're very close, but it takes. Okay, sorry. Sometimes I cannot predict the time it takes. At least we got back 500,000 rows, which is exactly the value we have seen when we looked at the distribution. So the execution plan is can I blow it up? No, it doesn't work. Okay, you can see it here. The execution plan is completely different. This is because of the so-called tipping point. The tipping point is, so SQL Server has an internal threshold that is called the tipping point. It means whenever SQL Server predicts that the number of logical IOs is more than 1/3 or more than 1/4 of the entire pages in a table, when it uses the read lookup comparing to the table scan, then it will use the table scan. When it is less than 1/3 or 1/4 of the entire logical or entire pages of the table, then it will use the read lookup, so the bookmark lookup. This is what we have already seen because 10 records, very selective. This record or the record parameter, this parameter is not selective. That is the reason why we have a table scan in place now for the same procedure, just because of a different parameter. Okay, so let's concentrate a bit on the metadata. to understand what we have. So plan generation number is 1. So we had a fresh plan, right? So we have the procedure text and a lot of more information. We can see the query plan. And what you have to understand is that this is the query procedure cache, query plan cache or whatever. So there's only one plan in my cache. There's always just one plan. Sometimes okay, I do not want to go into that detail, but you can see this is a plan which is currently in the cache. So what happens now is the following. When I execute the same stored procedure with a selective value, because this was compiled and executed with a non-selective parameter. So what will happen is that again, SQL Server will take a table scan because there is no need to recompile the plan at that point in time because the statistics or the schema didn't change and we just flush the former one. So that is why SQL Server uses a hash bitmap in order to detect, is there a plan available in the procedure cache? Great, I will take it. And this will be reused over and over again. Good. Which is in our case already some kind of a plan regression because the read lookup was faster. So when I execute this query with exactly this query with this selective parameter 15 times again, and this will, no, it's already done, perfect. And when I now go to the query store, we can see that we have you can see two plans for the same query. That was the first plan, that was the second plan. This was before we flushed the procedure cache and we executed with a selective value. This was after we flushed the procedure cache with a non-selective parameter. We can see the plan here. This is a table scan for sure. This is a read lookup. And we can see that there is a huge difference in terms of CPU allocation, right? And by the way, maybe you do not worry about if it is a millisecond or 10 or 100 milliseconds. This is just an example because if I use another query, we have to wait much longer. Yeah? So this is just to make sure that you do not leave my session because we have to wait, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 hours, or yeah, even maybe half a minute, 30 minutes, just to see an example, right? So, but the idea is the same. 2 execution plans with different average CPU time, and that is a plan regression because this plan is not as good as the former plan. So what we can do now, we can go to the X event, which was running in the background and hopefully did the job for us. Sometimes not. This is the place where I cannot promise that we can see something. And this was one from yesterday. This great, it works. So 2 minutes back, 2 minutes back, the extended event detects a plan regression. So automatic tuning plan regression detection checked, completed, right? So, and we can see some information. We will go into this later, but at least we can see that SQL Server was able to detect a plan regression here. So when we now use the DMV, this one here, DMDB tuning recommendations, this is, I would say, the DMV which I'm using here, nothing else. Everything else is just, I would say, to make sure that we have more information. So hopefully we can see, yes, perfect. We can see that SQL Server, and again, we are not talking about automatic plan correction. We are just talking about plan regression detection, because this is the first which have to happen, right? And now it is on us to decide if it is worth to select the other plan instead of the current plan, because we think manual, yeah, that this is a better choice. Okay, so but at least we can see the average CPU time change from 0.5 milliseconds to 218 milliseconds. The score is 27, and the estimated duration and so forth. And what I have done, because it's so hard to read, I copied this here. Maybe the numbers are not exactly the same, but it is better to read. So the reason for the recommendation, you can see here the text, you can see here the score. The score is something, and we will talk about this later, but already let me introduce the score already. It's something between 0 and 100, and the higher, the better, or the more the other what is it? The former plan, the better the former plan would be, right? So this is when you see something like 90 or whatever, it is very, very likely that you have a plan somewhere used or sometimes used, which is much better than the current plan. Currently, we have a score of 27, which is still worth to consider, I would say. We have the query ID, which comes from the query store. We have the regression plan ID, which is in our scenario, I guess, 9 instead of 8, but it really doesn't matter. It's just a second plan. We have the recommended plan ID, and this is the former plan. This is a read lookup. This is so SQL Server recommends to use the read lookup and not the table scan. Okay, so we have a lot of more information here. The estimated gain and error prone. Honestly, I have an idea what it is, but I wasn't able to create an example to show that the error prone will become yes. It is always no, at least in my examples. Don't know whether it works, or maybe I just didn't find the right example. Okay, let's go down. What I will do now is I will force we can do it in the query execution plan as well. We can go to and this is something which I can already open for you. This is AdventureWorks 2017 database, query store. We can see, let's go to this one. It really doesn't matter because the SQL Server was started. So that is the reason why we only have a few plans available in the query store. It is not that much. That is our plan. You can see plan ID 3, perfect. Plan ID 9. What I can do now is, honestly, I've never ever done it, but you can, yes, that is what I want, what I will do, not here, but you can do it here as well. I will do it with the sort procedure. I feel much more comfortable with T-SQL than with the GUI, but this is a personal thing. I will force this one. When we now go back, and I have to refresh, I guess, we can see there's a hook. Hopefully you can see it. This plan is forced. We force the plan ID 3, which is the read lookup. This is not used anymore, yeah, for all upcoming queries. So you can see this from a DMV perspective as well. This is a forced plan, right? So somewhere we have is forced plan. So sometimes you forgot about forced plans, yeah, and this is a way to get it with the column here. So cool. So what happens now is the following. We can now also use track query. We will track the query 3, which is our current query. We have another view here. Perfect. And what I will do is the following. I will execute the same stored procedure with the selective parameter, right? So we forced SQL Server to use the read lookup, which is perfectly fine for the selective parameter. And that is why this query will be executed with read lookup, perfectly fine. And this is already different because you remember that we have a plan cache, which currently have the table scan, right? But the query store, we forced the read lookup, and that is why it will overwrite the current plan in the procedure cache and will use the read lookup instead of the current table scan. So we really force to use SQL Server this plan every time. Good. So, and this is nice because we have only 13 logical IOs. So this is exactly what SQL Server recommended. Yeah. So great recommendation. We selected the plan, and we are much better than before. What I will do now is the following. I will execute the same procedure with a non-selective parameter. And what happens now is nothing we want to see in a system. It takes a while. Yeah? Really, it takes a while. And why it takes the reason why it takes that long, even longer than before, is the following. It is still, I do not want to wait. I do not want to ask to wait you wait for 3 minutes or whatever. So, but you can already imagine this plan is forced, right? So that means we have a selective parameter which perfectly works with this plan. But this plan doesn't scale. The more rows you have in your index seek, and remember, this is a plan which is used now. And we know we have 500,000 records, not 10. For every record, really for every record out of the 500,000 records, SQL Server has to use a nested loop and look for the appropriate and missing columns in the heap. That means we have a loop, an inner loop, which is executed 500,000 times. This is the worst scenario ever. And now you understand, hopefully already, you can see the table scan and the cost. And this is another thing I really want to emphasize here. Look at the cost. The cost is 0.030. This is definitely not the truth. This is not the actual cost. This is the estimated cost. The estimated cost of the based on the first compilation with a selective value. We are executing the same sort procedure now with a non-selective value. And therefore, the cost is not correct. We will have a cost of maybe 200, 300, 400, I don't know, in order to see the real costs. I need to recompile the stored procedure or execute this statement outside the stored procedure to get the real costs. Never ever, please, never ever rely on costs, because you already understand. These are the costs for the first compilation. This is not the actual cost. It is an estimated cost. Yeah, and this is something maybe, and you can read it here. Estimated subtree cost. It is not called actual. Even this is the actual execution plan. Okay, completely wrong. When I go to the statistics IO here, you can see it here. We have logical reads of 500 million pages. Each page is 8 kilobyte big. Yeah, you can imagine what happens with your storage. And this is so slow, it took a minute and 9 seconds because of the recommendation. Because when we now go back to our plan and I will refresh, it is perfectly fine because this plan, you can see it here from a report perspective. This is the duration, but let's go to the logical reads and let's see what happens. This is the first execution with the non-selective value, I guess. Or this one with a it doesn't really matter because you can see the logical IOs are growing. So they're increased because of the forced plan. So do me the favor, be very careful and understand what the execution plan is doing before you force a plan. And this is exactly how automatic plan correction works, as we will see. It's exactly the same. This is dangerous. So automatic plan correction is a little bit smarter, as we will see, but it still will not fix the root cause, because the root cause is we are missing a covering index. When I have a covering index, I do not have a table scan anymore. I do not have a read lookup anymore. I have an index seek with a forward scan, which perfectly scales in every case. Okay. So when I now execute the sort procedure with can I do it? I'm just thinking about the time. The query has to is execute. No, I need to. And by the way, this is the. Okay, let me do it. It takes a moment. Okay, I think we need to wait maybe 2 minutes, hopefully not that long. So if you feel free to ask any question, maybe that is a good idea to, yeah, that we have some time here. No question? Okay. Because this really takes a moment. It really takes that long. I don't know whether we can wait. Yesterday it was really, really faster. Let's go to best performance. Maybe this helps. Otherwise, I can for sure, what I can do is I can switch to another session and leave it running. Then I will go back to this one because all the other KPIs are not the same anymore. So let me go down. So the idea is to execute the stored procedure 15 times now, because the number 15 is something SQL Server take into consideration whenever it evaluates, or the other way around. You need to have a specific number of executions to get a tuning recommendation, which is perfectly fine. And it seems something like 15 executions. That means if you execute your query only once, you're running in a plan regression, something like this, this will be not automatically detected because the number of executions is too small. Right. So, and I guess that is a good idea, yeah, to do it like this, because otherwise you always have to, you get a lot of recommendations and you always switch from one plan to the other. Yeah. So, okay. I don't know how long it takes. So this is, okay. It takes a while. Okay. I will stop this one because yesterday, believe me, it was much faster. Don't know. Maybe my laptop is still not, is still sleeping, but I will tell you how to fix this problem. Let me go down. Just need to find the right statement because I have to skip them now. Yeah. So we should see two plans in our procedure cache, not in procedure cache, in the query store now. This is what we know. You can already, and you can see that the CPU time is completely different. So this plan was the one with the selective one, which was a preferred one. But now we are executing, or we are using this plan to execute the same query with a non-selective parameter and a read lookup. The maximum CPU time and the average CPU time is growing and growing and growing, because this was the first and the good plan. This is the same plan for the non-selective parameter, which is not a good plan anymore. It is the worst plan ever, right? So the X event, hopefully, or should detect another plan regression because we selected the wrong plan, but be surprised. Yeah, this is from 11 a.m. This is not the one which we should see. The extended event will not get the another recommendation. It will not detect a plan regression. This is something you have to understand. When you force a plan, everything else is completely skipped. Right? This is really, really dangerous because you think you did it right. You do not even know that you did it wrong from that perspective. So, okay, now you think, okay, maybe I'm never ever using extended events. Yeah, so that's okay when it is not detected here. But we had the DMV tuning recommendations, which we used to find the first recommendation, and we applied the recommendation. This is not corrected. So you still can see this is the old recommendation. Please use, we can see it here. Reaction plan ID. Use the recommended plan ID 3. This is what we have, what we did, right? So once you force a plan, all further recommendations will be completely ignored because the current state, the reason of the tuning recommendation is plan is forced by the user. That was me. I decided to select this plan. And this was horrible wrong, right? So, and therefore, in no other DMV, I can see that I have another plan regression caused by a plan, a plan recommendation caused by the first plan regression. This is a little bit strange, I would say, yeah, but it's your fault. So how can we, and again, these kind of plan regression, plan detection, and the recommendation you can see here, all of them, forcing a plan will not fix the root cause. The root cause is that we are just missing a covering index. So why should I force a plan like this when I know, and I should know how to fix it? The way to do it is to create a supportive clustered index, or even a non-clustered index with an include clause, yeah, to include all the missing files, which is in our case nothing else than the table itself, because we say select all from tables, or from table. Therefore, I will create a supportive clustered index. And now this is something which I was so surprised. Let me execute the sort procedure again. And let's see, let's see what the plan is. You can see the plan. This is horrible. We forced SQL Server to use the read lookup. We created a supportive and the best index ever, right? We should see an index seek. We are seeing still a read lookup. That means when you force a plan, even if you change the schema of your table by adding a supportive and a very valuable index, SQL Server will completely ignore this one. And that means performance tuning after forcing plans is something which is completely worthless, because you will never ever see the effect. So what you have to do is, first of all, let's try to see what is the best plan now. So I'm not running the sort procedure with the selective parameter. Instead, I'm just using the statement of the sort procedure, right? So this is not in cache because this is considered as an ad hoc plan, right? So this time I can see an index seek. Perfect. I just can see only 3 logical reads, right? Which is much better than 500,000 reads with the non-selective parameter, right? The costs are down to 0.003, and that is what I want to see. So when I execute the same again with the non-selective parameter, and the plan is still forced. So let me do it like this. I just want to show you the estimated one. The estimated one is, again, still the read lookup. And it costs, I don't know how much. And this is, again, it is not the cost of 0.033. Completely wrong. It is something about, I don't know. Let's try to figure it out, how much it is. No, I cannot do it because then I have to say without index. I can give it a try. Let's try to figure out what the real costs are with index. Let's try to figure out what the real costs are. So this is, does it work? I want not. No, it doesn't work. No, forgot it, because I'm not in the sort procedure. No, I cannot tell you the real cost. But what I can do is I can execute this statement now. This is the non-selective parameter, right? Which took 500,000 logical IOs. Now we use the same select statement outside the stored procedure to give it a try. And okay, I just need to display the one. I do not need to run it. We can see this is also a clustered index seek with a forward scan. So a perfect index. So this index we created, the clustered index, will serve the selective as well as a non-selective parameter execution. So it will always take the index seek into consideration, because this is the best. We do not need to worry about read lookup, because a clustered index, by definition, have all columns in the balance tree already. So sometimes, I cannot promise whether you can see it, but sometimes you can see automatic tuning recommendation is expired because you changed the schema. The schema change means you add a new index. So when I go down, I cannot promise if we see something. No, this time and yesterday, I couldn't see anything, still the same. So even you change the schema and you force the plan, the extended event sometimes, but not in this example, or not today, I would say, because sometimes it happens, sometimes not. Something which is not predictable, which is already something I wonder if this is an intention or is this something, maybe this is a smart algorithm, I don't know, but normally I should see automatic tuning. What was the here? Automatic tuning recommendation expired because it should be expired because this plan is still forced, but we have a much better index in place because we changed the schema. From an index recommendation, let's go down. So we just use the same DMV as before. And this DMV still do not give me a better idea about what is going on here. Still plan forced by user. Sometimes you can see another reason. Sometimes, just want to name it here, schema changed. Sometimes, not this time, which is already a good indication because then it tells me someone changed the schema. Please investigate or decide whether the forced plan is still the good plan, right? Here, this time, yesterday as well, I couldn't see anything. That means I'm blind. I do not have even an idea that something is even worse than before. Okay. So let me just and now the question is the following: how can we tell SQL Server to use the index which is supportive? The only way to do it is to unforce the execution plan. That is the only way it works. So I will. This is the you can, by the way, you can again use the DMV in order to see which kind of plans are forced, right? And I will unforce the execution plan by the stored procedure. Unforce plan query ID is 3, and the current plan ID is 3. Perfect. Just need to make sure that I have it right. So now it is unforced. When we go back here, we should see. Okay, we have these squares. These are the cancellation of the query, right? But we can see the hook is gone, right? And when I now execute the same stored procedure with the selective row, it's a perfect plan, index seek, right? It costs, and these are the real cost, 0.0032. And okay, let us execute this one. And again, the costs for sure are not correct because, again, the costs are part of the cached execution plan. Again, do not rely on costs. Horrible idea to do it. Because, okay, I will stop this one. But what you can see here is the following. I will execute this one with the non-selective parameter again, which had the same costs as before. But when you do with a recompile, you will see the real costs if you like to see them. So the costs are 3.5, which is not 0.03, but again, much better than, I would say, having lookups caused by the read lookup. So logic page reads like I think 500,000 IOs, right? So what we can, I think I'm running a bit out of time, but I guess you already understand what a plan regression is. The possibility to force a plan to fix the plan regression, which is, as you can see, never ever maybe is not right. In most of the cases, I would say not a good idea. So what SQL Server does for you, and I cannot promise, let me do it like this. I just need to find the appropriate, it should be here. Yes, I can give it a try because I still have some time, yeah, and QA, I already asked if you have questions. No questions, we are there. So let's give it a try. Maybe I need 5 minutes longer than Yes, I still have half an hour. That's great. Okay, cool. Yeah, then I'm pretty sure I can present this to you as well. So again, you understand what a plan regression is, how to fix it, how to force a plan, all the things which are not good, doing it like this. Now I will tell you how SQL Server is doing it automatically for you, because it's called automatic plan correction. Just to make sure that we are running on level 150, enable the query store, perfect. Enable last, and this time we forced last good plan, set it to on. Before we set it to off, but still all the information were available because the query store was enabled. I clear everything from the query store. That means when I go back now and I refresh it, okay, these are the ones which are running in the background already. I flush the sort procedure cache just to have a, I would say, repeatable example. Set statistics time on, just to check whether I have some false plans here. From the former example, nothing, perfect, good. We can start. And by the way, yes, ensure that the table small is a heap. Is this really the true? It is, yes. Okay, cool. It is a heap with a non-clustered index on top. Perfect. Otherwise, I have to drop the clustered index now. Good. We will use the same sort procedure as before. So, and this is easy, hopefully easy to follow and to understand, because I'm using the same tables, the same sort procedures, the same parameters over and over again, right? And you already remember that this parameter value is the non-selective one. So let me execute this one, and so that we have our table scan in place, because this one is non-selective. We had an empty procedure cache, and therefore SQL Server automatically selected the table scan based on the cardinality estimation. So the cardinality estimation is nothing else than the statistics. SQL Server knows, has to read 500 million rows. That is much more than, or that is a better choice than doing the same with a read lookup, where we have this kind of inner and outer query with a loop. So therefore, SQL Server prefers the table scan. And I think it will run roughly a minute, if I remember correctly. And yeah, it is really slow today. I don't know what is going on. Let me do it like this. I don't know whether it works. It makes it better. So 1 minute 8, perfect. So, and I forgot to display the execution plan, but I can do it from here. Estimated one, table scan, perfect. We have cost of 3.53, okay. And what I now need to do is, and maybe this takes a moment, but I can run them in parallel, I guess, at least to avoid that we have to wait that long. Let me execute this one, yes, and go to another one, maybe to another one. Okay. The idea to do it like this is just to make sure it is running faster, because I have to execute this sort procedure at least 15 times, because otherwise, again, the DMB, DMDB tuning recommendations will not give you any recommendation. This is the internal threshold from Microsoft. Makes sense, but you understand that you have to wait a moment, and I need to check. So I have at least a message here which tells me how often the query is already executed. Oh, okay. Let's see what we have. Still iteration 1. Okay, I guess we have to wait 5 minutes. This is odd. I don't know whether this was too. So sorry for this. Yesterday it was faster. Yesterday it took half a minute or whatever. So therefore the time we need to wait was acceptable. This time it is more than doubled. Okay, I will already go ahead and leave it like it is to explain what we should see, and maybe we will see it then. So the idea is now the following. We have a plan in cache, which is a table scan, because for the non-selective parameter, that is the right choice. So when I now, and this is something which I cannot do because the plan or the execution is still running, when I now clear the procedure cache for this database, and I will execute the same here. I will execute the same sort procedure with a selective one. We will get a read lookup. This is what we know already. So we had a former table scan, which is flushed from the sort procedure. And then we will see another read lookup because we use the same sort procedure with a very selective value. For sure, a read lookup is better. So, and what you can see then is the following. When you execute the stored procedure another 15 times, so that means we have 15 times of table scans with a non-selective. We flush the stored procedure cache. We run this with a selective value, which is a read lookup. And then we execute the same stored procedure with a selective value with a read lookup. This is cache. 15 times. We can see the plan recommendation, right? And what happens then is, let me check how many iterations I have. 4, 3. Okay, I guess I have no time because I'm a little bit lost here. I do not even know where to start. But we will see tuning recommendations. This is a tuning recommendation for the current example, which is again, we have the score, we have the reason, we have the SQL text, but this time SQL Server automatically corrects the plan for you. The one or the action, I would say forcing the plan, we have done it manually before. This happens now because we enabled a force last good plan. We set it to on. It's exactly the same way we are doing it manually. You will see it when you execute 15 times and more, that when you execute it with either live statistics or with the current execution plan, that over the time when the 15th execution happens, SQL Server automatically switch to the table scan when we use a non-selective parameter with a read lookup, which is definitely nice. The problem again is that even changing the plan will not fix the root cause for you. The root cause is you are missing a supportive index. And that is how to fix a plan regression. It is not relying on SQL Server's recommendation, and even do not rely on automatic plan correction, because the word is plan correction, right? So investigate whether you have a plan regression with the support of the query store and with the support of DB query tuning recommendations. Yeah, and if you see a plan regression, understand what is the root cause for the plan regression and implement the right index. It can be, I don't know, a covering index, maybe it's a column store index. Yeah, I don't know. So there are several reasons that a plan is worse than before. And this is something you need to figure out and you need to fix. For me, forcing a plan and relying on automatic plan corrections is something which works as an interim solution. That's perfectly fine, I would say. Yeah. So I have the problem in my productive system, but I do not have time to fix it. But people complaining about slow running queries. So why not enable this feature and get a better plan, hopefully, which will fix some kind of the performance or some degree of the performance problems. But later on, go to the query store and try to figure out what is the best way to fix your performance regression. That would be my recommendation. But it is on you to decide whether it's worth to rely on automatic tuning, or when you think you are smarter, and I guess you are smarter, then do it on your own. That's it from my end. Someone still with me? No one is still with me. One is still with me. Okay, interesting.
So, Thorsten, it was a great session. Have you finished it?
I finished, yes. I would say it is not worth to wait that all the 15 iteration will be executed, because I have to do it another time, 15 times. This is just waiting that the query execution is done. So I already told the guys, so we will see this kind of forcing the plan will kick in after the 15th execution, but it's mainly the same as manual forcing the plan. Yeah.
Okay, we have another guest here that may would like to make some questions to you as well.
Sure.
Hi, Damir. Is your camera on?
No, but do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear
Yes,
you.
I can hear you. Do you know each other?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, we know each
Hi,
other.
Thorsten.
Hi.
So actually, the plan was that when we are wasting time to the people until lunch, so
Yeah.
we can discuss something, but not SQL related.
Okay, not SQL related. Okay, which is?
It will be hard. I don't know still, but Dennis told in the email that actually we can talk everything about and have fun.
We can talk everything. We can talk everything. But I think I have one very interesting question to Thorsten that may be SQL related.
Sure, yeah, maybe, hopefully, because everything else, I don't know whether I have an answer, yeah. So if you say, yeah, but just ask.
Because I investigated the automatic turning a long time ago, many months ago. And I got stuck with a problem. The problem that I got stuck is because the turning let's say the turning has two levels. You focus on the automatic turning when the SQL Server makes the automatic correction. But when the automatic turning is not enabled, SQL Server still make index recommendations for us.
Yeah, that's true, but this is, yeah. Is this a question or?
It's a question because what happens? I could sort the index recommendations and the index recommendations work perfectly. But then after I enable the automatic turning, the same index recommendations that were made before, they are not applied.
Exactly.
So I was struggling to discover what kind of filtering the automatic turning has to not apply all the index recommendations that it identifies itself, but
Yeah.
it doesn't apply all of them.
Yeah, honestly, so in the very first beginning, I told that currently we have two features which are related to automatic query tuning or automatic tuning. Yeah. So the first one is automatic plan correction. The other one is automatic index creation, or I don't know. So these are two different features. Really, two different features. I didn't had time to dive into the index recommendation or creation. Yeah. So that is something I cannot tell you that much, but I guess I read a few blog posts about this feature, and I don't know whether this is a good idea to do it, because I think all these kind of automatic tuning features will work perfectly when you have a very, very big landscape. That means you have, I don't know, hundreds of SQL servers to administer, to make sure that they are running fast. So how can I do it without any kind of IE or KE or whatever? Yeah, so it's kind of automatic query recommendations or even tuning measurements. But when you really want to get the best performance out of your system, I think it is still us, because we are smarter than the machine. We know your environment better than the machine in most of the cases, I would say.
Exactly.
And
In fact, in fact, investigating this, I was always finding one very common problem that the automatic index recommendations and turning were not able to catch, which was parameter sniffing.
Yeah, right.
Never were capable to catch parameter sniffing.
Exactly. So again, I would say, do I recommend to turn the feature on? I personally do not do it, but this doesn't mean that there is no value. It is not worth to enable this. It really depends. First of all, how many SQL servers you have to maintain. Yeah, you are responsible for, and the other thing is how educated you are. Do you think you are smarter than the machine? Yeah, if this is the case, I think you are really smarter than the machine. That's the case. And the other thing is, I would take it like an interim solution, as already mentioned. I would see the recommendations and decide on my own whether this is a good or a bad idea, because I know the queries, I know the workload, I know the system in most of the cases, not in all. Yeah, but if I know this, I think I'm better off with doing it manually.
Yeah, usually is my preference as well. And now you gave me a better understanding that in fact these are two different systems. I was working with automatic index turning and there is automatic plan correction. I need to investigate better the other feature.
Yeah.
But the mayor was about to ask you many questions, I think.
Okay.
Yes. And about automatic tuning, I have a question.
Sure.
This demo was on your local SQL instance, I'm right?
Yeah.
So did you ever test and notice some difference between Azure and local?
Yeah, that's a good question. So no, there is no difference. So I'm currently working with managed instance in a very, very big project here from my employer. And we are using the managed instance. Managed instance is really one of my, I would say, my favorite. I really like the idea of managed instance because you still have a lot of control. You have a lot of, I would say, you have most of the features and most of the DMVs, even the trace flags, everything is almost supported in a managed instance, which means we still have the control which we had on premise. That is the reason why I personally wouldn't recommend to use SQL database when you really want to have a professional environment, right? So cross database, so think about microservices, think about instances, everything like this. Managed instance is definitely my favorite, I would say, environment at the moment. I really like it. The business critical is amazing. Yeah, and I run, and Dami, to answer your question, I run the same on the managed instance because we have few managed instances available in this project. It behaves exactly the same.
Okay. Nice. Thank you for the answer.
And another question that I have for you, I saw your profile picture. Your profile picture, I think is a bit different, is a bit unusual. Is there a story about behind that profile picture?
Honestly, this was a picture which was taken from one guy who is called SQL Paparazzi. A guy in Germany here named Dirk, and I think it was taken 3-4 years back on the SQL conference here in Germany in Darmstadt, which is I think it's the biggest one here in Germany. I really enjoy being part of the conference because it's really, really well organized. And this was a picture which was taken. It was in a cinema, something like a cinema with a big screen. It was not a cinema, but it really looks like a cinema. I don't know, maybe 500, 600 people or seats were in. And that is where the picture was taken.
And you were delivering a session for 500 people?
No, no. Honestly, I think the SQL Server conference, I think maybe 750 people attend, but we had 6, 7 slots running in parallel. Honestly, I didn't remember anymore how many people joined the session. So you know these kind of performance tuning sessions. When you go into detail, it is not attractive for all tendencies. You know what I mean? Yeah, we have a lot of BI guys in the, I would say, in the community, which is perfectly fine. We have SQL DBAs, also fine. And then we have a smaller group. They're interested in SQL Server performance tuning, going into detail. Yeah, because you have to. And I know it. I join SQL Server conferences regularly, so you really have to concentrate. Yeah, when someone, and it's not just me, other people as well, going into detail. Yeah. So, and that is why I think when you have 100, 150 people in a room, yeah, when you talk about performance tuning in deep dive, that is great. Yeah, that's great. But sometimes you have less. That's also fine.
Yes. Oh, I have actually a question also for Dennis and also for you, Torsten. So, as you probably know, we are organizing the Data Saturday Croatia.
Yep.
Planned for September.
Yep.
And we are actually planning that it will be on-site event.
Yep.
So,
yep.
What do you actually think it will be possible in September to have it?
I hope so. Honestly, I hope so. You know that I went to Croatia last year. Yeah, that was the first time we met. I had the SQL Precon and also one session on Saturday, and I really enjoyed SQL Saturday. You know that I submitted some abstract. Hopefully, you select one of mine. So I hope definitely that it is an event which happens on spot. Yeah, because these kind of COVID-19 situation.
Yeah. How's it going with the vaccination in Germany?
It's getting worse. Yeah, so we are not allowed to leave the houses between 10 p.m. and 5 or 6 a.m. morning. When you have,
you have a police hour.
I don't know, honestly. Yeah, something like this. It becomes a little bit. I do not want to say ridiculous because I understand the reason for it. Yeah, but it's not getting better. Yeah, it's getting worse. And that is something, it is really hard to believe and really hard to get used to it. Yeah. So, but I know that other countries are in a much, some of them are in a better position already, but I can see that other countries really have even bigger problems than we currently have.
Yes, I know that now currently looks like it's total mess about vaccination. So some of them are allowed in the European Union, some not, and some that are allowed currently are not applied, like AstraZeneca and whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing you are very confident that everything will be okay for an on-site event on September. I confess I'm very concerned about COVID. I don't see the moment to make a new trip, and especially Croatia. That is a place that I haven't visited before. But I'm not sure. I'm not confident about COVID. How is the situation of COVID in Croatia?
In Croatia, okay, 1 month ago we were pretty good, but now we are not anymore pretty good, also because of politics, but this is tough everywhere. And we are actually vaccinating really slow for now.
Yeah, same here.
But we actually hope that end of summer, because last summer was good situation pretty much. And so we actually hope that end of summer plus the vaccination ongoing, because they told they have some projections, let's say that in the middle of summer something like 50% of people will be vaccinated. So we actually hope that in September it will be somehow possible, but let's hope so, because we are.
Do you have a fallback plan in case something goes wrong? I mean, fall back to online?
Yes, of course. It's stated on the site of that Saturday that actually, if there will be problems, we will make some kind of hybrid or maybe full online event hybrid. Maybe if some speakers come to Croatia, then they can present from Croatia and the people will listen online. But we will see actually what will bring time.
Thank you for bringing the subject. I will for sure submit a session, and let's hope that I can travel to there and finally visit Croatia.
Yeah, it's a nice.
You were
really nice.
never to Croatia, Dennis.
I have never been to Croatia, not yet.
It's really worth. It's really worth. Yeah. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. So and honestly, I think this is really a big problem in the community currently, and I think this kind of the typical, it is not called SQL Saturday anymore. It's called Data Saturday. This is a different story, but
Yes.
I think it will change in the future as well because people. I hope that a lot of people will still are willing to travel to the venue, to see the event live, But I think it will be always something like a hybrid event in future because people maybe from other countries, So the question is, it works some kind of, So I'm currently in Germany and I'm presenting to in Malta, which is great, So and now you need to take into consideration that if I would be on spot, I have to pay a lot, for travel and all the other things, which I really enjoy because I have the chance to visit other countries, perfectly fine. But on the other hand, not all of us have enough, let's say, money or time or whatever to travel, So therefore, I think we will end up with a hybrid approach, the next years because we can see also the advantages of it.
Yes, of course.
The
It's
amount
nice
of
to see each other.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, Dennis.
The amount of conference we can contribute to with this online format or an hybrid format is way bigger. I have spoke to conference on IT, Guatemala, Atlanta, places that I would not even submit on a regular moment like we were before because I could not travel there.
Yeah.
I believe actually that it's mixed because now pretty much everybody is tired of this online stuff. So I think that people would like to meet somewhere. But yes, the other situation is that actually we can be on every part of the world if we like. So also not only to present, but only to listen to conferences. So, yes,
that's true. That's true.
Thorsten, could you talk more about Inside SQL Server, the website? For how long you manage this website?
Yeah. Okay. Honestly, so I had the idea, I think, 2 years back to create my own website and promise people to deliver a blog post every month. So it works for half a year, but because really, we all of us, I guess, we are very busy. So the question is when I the other way around, creating a blog post is really a huge amount when you go into that detail. Yeah, you know it. Yeah. So and okay, I would spend maybe 1.5 days for a blog post, right? So where I can only cover maybe, I don't know, I cannot even judge, but really just a small piece of what I would present instead and tell the people instead. So therefore, I always wonder, and this was my decision, speaking at a conference like this, I think I can reach more, maybe not more people, but I can tell them more, I can give them more information within 1 hour, rather than creating a new blog post. So, but nevertheless, I hope that I'm able to create more blog posts this year. But again, I'm currently very, very busy. And these kind of blog posts are nice, but I like the conferences much more because you have this kind of interaction, like we currently have. We have a conversation, which you never ever have. You do not get feedback for your blog posts. Yeah.
Yeah, this happens a lot, and I suffer about this lack of time as well.
Yeah.
I try to challenge myself to create one blog post every Monday,
Yeah.
and I already skipped many weeks since
Yeah.
the beginning of the year.
Yes. Yeah. Seems to be a general problem for most of us. Yeah, I really appreciate that we have a lot of good blog posts available and a lot of people contribute to the community by blogging regularly. As mentioned, so I'm more or less a fan of conferences, yeah, because I like to have a conversation, right? Because what I'm going to present, I know already. Yeah. So the questions you ask, that is what I'm looking for because it will give me another perspective. And sometimes I do not know the answer. That is why I have to go back, think about it, and maybe next time I will add this to the presentation.
Sure.
So,
So,
for you is lunchtime.
Yeah,
Almost,
thank you
yes.
very much for your presence.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Dennis.
Torsten.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Damian.
Demi. It was a great session.
Thanks a
Now
lot.
we'll make a break for lunch, but it's not will not be exactly lunch. I'll be here and I'll be showing some videos and some
Cool.
quite interesting videos. So it's time to get some food and enjoy some nice videos in the middle.
Yeah, and again, thanks for organizing the event. I know this is a huge amount of work. Also, Damia, thanks for organizing SQL Saturday another time. I know takes a lot of your free time. Yeah, really appreciate
Yes,
this.
thank you very much. And the
Welcome.
session was great. So I hope that we will see each other in person.
I hope so. Cool.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. See you.
I see you.
This video I'll be showing now is a video from our sponsor. It's a technical video demonstrating the SQL tool belt from Redgate, showing the benefits of SQL tool belt from Redgate. And after this video, we'll have some more also interesting videos. So let's start with this one.
Welcome everyone. We're going to get started with a demo of the SQL tool belt, and I'm going to leave you with our pre-sales engineer, Chris Roundabear, to take you through that. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Annabelle, and again, thanks everyone here that's on the session today. We're going to talk about the tool belt and what that is, and how people actually use this whole thing. I think when we start talking about the tool belt, really what it is obviously is a conglomerate of different products that we've developed over the years and packaged them all up into this nice licensing model that we call the tool belt. But the biggest component within that tool belt is this product that we call SQL Change Automation. This is where all the magic happens. This is where really the impact of what we're doing here at Redgate all comes together, which is really to introduce the database into a life cycle that no longer impedes software delivery. This has historically always been the challenge, obviously, for a lot of our customers, especially as we become more and more agile with our application code and delivery of that code. Leaving the database behind has always been that challenge. So now what we're trying to do is to have our customers, with using the tools and the features within that tool belt, to really start to include the database along for that transition, and now alleviate the database from being viewed as that bottleneck in terms of software delivery. So I'm going to go through a normal process change here, a day in the life of a developer, and call out different tools, I guess you can say, or different features within the tool belt, where they come up and where that value is within delivery. Okay, and we'll take changes, we'll capture changes, we'll go ahead and commit and push those changes, and then talk about what we can do in terms of validation of those changes, and then deployment of those changes. Okay, and those kinds of tools that we can also integrate with along the way. Any questions, folks, as I go through this half-hour session with you, by all means, just go ahead and put that in the chat window or in the QA section there. And as we kind of rope around the back end of this call, I'll try and come into those questions and answer them accordingly. Okay. All right, let's kind of begin this journey here. So I'm showing on screen Management Studio. This is where we're all making changes and managing our environments, obviously. The first product that I really want to talk about here is more of a foundational tool, which is SQL Source Control. When I talk to customers that are new to this process, new to this journey, if you will, I always begin at the foundation. I always look at this as a house being built, right? I want to first and foremost have a strong foundation. If I have a strong foundation, then I can go ahead and start framing my house and I can start building it accordingly. But that foundation is where everything begins. And in this case here, this is going to have to be viewed as source control. Source control for the database, that is. Okay. I talk to a lot of customers every day. I'll ask that question usually about whether or not you're source controlling your database. I get a 50% yes, 50% no to that question. Those folks that tell me that they are source controlling, as I continue to ask questions there, I'll find out that they're actually not really source controlling the entire database. They might have some selected tables out there. They might have some stored procedures out there. What we're talking about is the entire database. Okay. And we're going to be using some engines that you might be familiar with, SQL Compare, for example. So when I talk about SQL Source Control, this is not to be confused with Git or Azure DevOps or Subversion. Those are version control systems. What SQL Source Control is a plugin here to Management Studio, and it bridges you over or links you over to that version control system that you might be currently using. Currently, we support everything out there. I think right now, most of my customers are pretty strictly in Git or Azure DevOps or Git within Azure DevOps. There's a little sprinkle of Subversion out there, but that is fading away, I think, over the last 12 months in terms of my conversations. I'm going to be using a specific environment here for my demonstration. This is my SQL Server Central environment, okay? And you can see within the licensing, you're going to get an introduction of different tabs now within Management Studio. The Setup tab is going to give you a nice little visual here in terms of what version control system this database is linked to. In this case here, I'm going to be using the old centralized version of TFS. You also notice here that you got some comparison and some filtering options. These are from the comparison tool. If you're familiar with SQL Compare, this is our flagship product here. This is how Redgate was initially established. And if you have no exposure to Compare, do yourselves a favor and take a look at this product. It will save your life in terms of operations. It allows you to just basically look at a source environment and a target environment, compare those two, and then Compare will show me what is different between those two environments. And then I can go ahead and actually take those changes through Compare and deploy to that target environment here. And there's some really nice features in terms of being able to, ignore certain attributes. For example, I might not want to, bring permissions over or users that are present in development to, say, a higher environment where they're not supposed to be. So really nice value add in terms of that functionality. The locking tab here, again, self-explanatory. If I'm in a shared model, obviously I think this is something of a challenge for a lot of my customers, right? I have a shared development database. I've got multiple folks making changes against that database. And oftentimes this causes conflicts, right? I make a change to an object, a colleague makes changes as well. I submit my changes for review. The same can be said for my colleague. And now I'm leaving it to some other entity, usually a DBA or some individual there that has to kind of manage that. Whose change came in first, whose change actually gets deployed first. This is a problem, obviously, within the life cycle here. So being able to lock an object down is something that I find to be very advantageous in a shared model. I can come into this database, for example, at any time, open up an object, and you can go ahead and lock it down. And what this does here, obviously, is it gives me a nice little visual indicator here in terms of this object being locked. But in terms of just the locking tab here, this UI will give the entire team that visibility here of who has this object locked, most importantly, and the type of object. And again, if I lock this object, This is not the only thing. I'm not the only individual that can unlock it. Anybody within the project can unlock the object. It's just meant for that preventative maintenance aspect here. So this is a nice key here. If I'm not in a shared model, obviously this is not something I need to worry about. I'm now in a dedicated model, very, very much so like the Git workflow, right? I'm working independently. I don't worry about anybody else conflicting with my work. I'm committing changes locally as well. When I'm ready to expose those changes, I then do a push, and then those changes then become viewable to the rest of the collective out there. If this is the scenario, then the Get Latest tab will then be something that gets initialized within this workflow. And what the Get Latest tab does is it does just that. It goes out to that common repository, again, using the comparison engine, looks for any changes. So this is where I would see those commits and pushes from my other teammates now that will be shown here, and then allow for me, obviously, to go ahead and bring those changes down into my local copy of development. And this is really within a dedicated model how the teams stay in consistency with source control. Okay, I'm going to go through this process, kind of show you what I'm talking about here. So when I take a database, for example, and link it over to a source control system, I'm going to open up Azure DevOps here. This is my repository for the project, as you can see. And I've got a couple of folders here that I've established, one for my application code and the other here, obviously, for my database code. And within this folder structure that gets created by SQL Source Control, each of these folders are going to have the current state of those associated objects. For example, I'll take my stored procedures here, and I'll pull up one of these guys here randomly. Okay, all of these are now SQL scripts in source control, all in the form of create scripts, as you guys can see. Okay, these now become the source of comparison. All right, so now as a developer, I can make changes in that database dynamically. I don't have to do a checkout, check in. I don't have to do anything of that nature. Make changes to those objects in the database dynamically and allow SQL Source Control and the engine of compare to constantly look at the state of these create scripts and compare them to the state of those associated objects in the database. And this gives me now as a developer an opportunity to also review those changes, make sure that those changes are in fact the ones that I've made, and then from Management Studio, be able to go ahead and make a very detailed comment as to what those changes are, maybe even associate those to a user story or to some change request, or however those folks are tracking those changes as well. Okay. Let's get kicking off here. I might want to start off with doing some development work here. One of the first tools I want to just quickly call out here, which is a really nice one. This is something called SQL Search. SQL Search is it's a piece of freeware, to be honest with you right now. But in terms of just understanding where everything is, you know, we as developers, we're moving in and out of different database environments constantly here. So this is something that I find to be very advantageous. So I can come into SQL Search, for example, and let's say I might be looking for the contacts table. Okay, so you can see I could put a wildcard search in here. It'll pull up everything with the name, contacts in it, the schema, the database that it's located in, also the type of object here as well. And of course, if this is the exact object in which I want to work with, I could just double click on it and it'll bring me right to where that object lives now within the database. This is a really nice tool. I like that just to keep me honest, if you will. Now that I know where that object is, I'm beginning to go ahead and make some change. Let's just say the business has decided that we're going to engage our customers in a different way. So we might want to start to collect some social media, for example. One of the other nice features about the tool belt that I find very advantageous on both sides of the house, both developers and for operations folks, DBAs as well, is a product called Dependency Tracker. Dependency Tracker is really nice because it gives me a nice visual relationship of how my objects are. So for example, because I've been given some charge to make a change to that contacts table, I can right click on that object here and you can see that I can view this dependency diagram here. This will pull up SQL Dependency Tracker, and this will give me a nice overlay, a visual overlay of how that contacts table looks and also all of the associated objects here to it. If I click on this guy here, you can see in the lower right-hand corner, I've got some dependencies. I work with this database all the time, so I already know that I've got a stored procedure, for example, that works with that contacts table. So if I'm making a change to that table, it's safe to say I might want to also take a peek at that stored procedure as well. I can right click on this as well. I can see how the SQL looks for that object in version control. Just a really nice feature to have to really understand what I call the ripple effects of my change, right? I want to make sure that when I do make a change, I'm not going to cause problems elsewhere. Another nice product there within the tool belt. All right, now that I've got that visibility, I think I'm safe to go ahead and start making change, right? So I'm going to go ahead and open up the designer here. And you can see we're already engaging our customers here with grabbing their LinkedIn profiles, grabbing their Twitter IDs here. Let's say TikTok's all the new rage, right? So why not? Let's go ahead and grab their TikTok, I don't know, whatever you call a TikTok, an ID, an account, something of that nature. We'll go ahead and create the TikTok column. Go ahead and save that off. All right, because I saw that in dependency tracker and I know that I work with this database all the time, I'm going to go ahead and make a modification to that get contact store procedure as well. We reduce this down here. I don't know why this always opens up with 194%. Now, before I make any modifications, here's another tool. And I say tool lightly. This is a feature. This is another flagship product that I really think most of our customers really know Redgate by. If you do not know about SQL prompt, then this is going to be your lucky day. Anything that you folks are doing SQL-wise, this tool is meant for you. This is our auto IntelliSense tool, auto suggestion, auto completion, auto formatting, snippets, tab coloring. I mean, again, this will change your life with respect to making you writing SQL more efficiently. One of the things that I want to call out here, you notice as I bring that stored procedure up here, is that this is underlining here. So this lets you know that we're flagging this for some code analysis sweeps here. For example, as you can see, as I hover over this, my entire procedure body is not enclosed properly with a begin and an end. I've got the dreaded select star statement. This would kill me in operations in my day. When this kind of came across and I deployed this into a higher environment and brought that down to a crawl, you can bet your bottom dollar I was trying to get the developer who promoted that change to, let them know exactly how to get that a little bit more tightened up here. But this just, again, gives me some really good visibility on how to get that code tightened up here. One of the nice features is particular here. I can put my cursor after that star, press tab. You can see I can expand my wildcards really quickly. This is a nice feature as well. Execute. One last thing before I kick off here, because I do want to show another value add to SQL prompt. You'll notice one thing that I think a lot of my customers ask about is data. Okay. If you have the need to source control your data, static data, I should say, in development, this is also a feature within the tool belt. If I right click on that database, come down here to other SQL source control tasks, you can see that I can link or unlink static data. This is going to pull up all of my lookup tables here. You can see that I've got RSS feeds, I've got country codes flagged. So now in development, if I'm doing some inserts here into those tables, I'm going to track that change no differently than I can an object change within Management Studio. Let me show you that played out. And I'm going to use snippets here as well. Okay, so I'm going to open up a new query window. And snippets is a shortcut, for example. So I'm going to do an insert into that table here. I already created a snippet where I'm going to do a double line. I'm going to tab. You can see it auto complete into that statement. And then I start typing my table name. You can see it already starting to populate. I tab. And now I have this nice little boilerplate template here for me to start to begin doing some inserts of data. Okay. Very poor data representation here. But in the interest of time, I think we all get what we're doing here. I'll take my nulls out. Give it some value and execute this as well. Okay. So a couple of normal development changes that you've made. Also a little call out here. You notice over here in Object Explorer, you start seeing these little blue blobs or globes starting to appear. If I open up this folder, it'll actually end up at the actual object in which I've made a change. Okay. I do see the questions in there. I will come back to you in terms of Azure Data Studio for sure. Hang in there. With respect to this change here, you can see, as if I'm a secondary developer now, this table has some changes to commit. So if I needed to make a change, for example, into this object, I want to make sure and go out to whoever made a change. When can I expect to see that actually in source control? Because I'd want to work with the most current state of an object. before I actually commit my work. So a nice little speed bump, if you will, preventative maintenance in terms of that conflict. When I'm ready to go ahead and commit that change, I'm going to come into source control and I'm going to hit commit. When I do so, here's that comparison that's going to take place. And again, looking at the state of those scripts out in source control and comparing them over to the database version. So now as a developer here, I can go one by one and inspect and make sure that in fact, yeah, this is actually my change that I've made here. So it's giving me a nice visual delta to show me what is different between those objects, all the way down here to my data change. Okay. Now, as a developer, obviously, before I go ahead and commit these changes and talk about the pipeline, visibility is key with respect to the value of source control. At any time, you can right click on an object on a database here, come down to view history. This is always going to show me or the teams, what has gone on with this object from the very moment that I made or committed this initial project, created the baseline, if you will, to all the changes that I might have done since then, right? I can see how that object has changed. I can see who on my team made that change. I can see when that change was committed into source control, right? You want to, of course, have a little bit more robust commenting here. Don't take my example as best practice. But this is really the ability to just by reading those comments, you can get a very good idea as far as what state that object is and how it got to that state. And then down here again, a nice comparison in terms of what revision that database was and what that revision went to based on that change as well. Okay. The idea between SQL source control or behind SQL source control is everything that you should be doing via version control should be able to be managed here. This is where you as developers are the most performing, the highest productive. All right. I don't want you to move out of this environment to do anything else from a version control standpoint. And as you can see up top here, you can also now make a very detailed comment as to what those changes are. If you are working within Azure DevOps or TFS, as you can see, hopefully in the background, and you need to associate this with a work item or a user story, whatever that number was provided to you, just put a #A and then that item number and then your comment. And this way that can all be correlated over in Azure DevOps /TFS. Made a change. Okay, again, stay consistent with my poor commenting and go ahead and commit that change in there. I'm just pushing the object changes in now. I'm going to keep the data change back for a little bit. And now that I push that change, I move on to my next piece of work, whatever that might be. Okay. But now that I have that in place, this allows for me to dynamically capture changes and keep everybody visible to those changes. But now that I have that in place, what's the next piece of this equation? And that is really, I want to validate those changes, right? I want to make sure that, in fact, these changes aren't going to cause me problems as I move that closer and closer to production. The nice thing about Azure DevOps for a lot of my customers is this is all within that product, this family of products. So I can have a repository version control, and I can also create a nice build and release pipeline here as well. You can see, based off of my commit, I already have a validation process kicking off now where we're doing things now like automation, automated builds, I should say, for the database, where I'm going to validate the consistency of your schema. We're going to be looking for things like valid objects or broken dependencies, anything obviously that would not allow me to recreate that database successfully based off of the create scripts that I have in version control. Testing, as you can see now running through this process here, this is a little bit of an area that we didn't take a flyby on here. SQL test is another feature within the tool belt. I always talk about this with my customers. A robust testing function within the life cycle, I think, is imperative to really adopt. Okay, SQL test, if you're not familiar with this, this application has a couple of different frameworks here. T-SQL-T, if you're familiar with that organization, we support those folks here at Redgate. They are familiar and popular with a lot of the unit tests that you can run for SQL Server. And then SQL Comp is the other framework, more for code analysis, looking for example, these SP underscores. This would kill me as well in operations, looking for these kinds of things, those select star statements and those stored procedures as well. So you can create, we give you a lot of great tests out of box with SQL tests, but there's no limit to the amount of tests in which you can create there. And you can run these at any time during the life cycle as well to get that feedback, right? The feedback loop needs to be hopefully as close to development as possible here. Also get some code coverage, right? How much of my application code is actually being covered by a SQL test? Okay, so again, really good stuff there. Where my customers go, obviously, is as I'm creating those tests, let's go ahead and introduce that into this automated workflow here. The build has already completed. I just want to quickly show this on screen to you folks on how that got created. What I'm showing here are build and release extensions that we have provided for, in this case, TFS Azure DevOps. One of the value adds to the Redgate workflow is that we're completely agnostic to whatever might be in your environment now, okay? You might be using other tools like Jenkins, for example, or TeamCity, or Bamboo, Octopus Deploy, really popular release management tool, Urban Code Deploy, Excel Deploy, you fill in the blank, okay? We have the ability to plug into whatever that looks like there. We're not gonna ask you to retool everything in order to receive the benefit of this workflow here. This build extension is really primarily for Azure DevOps. As you can see, a couple of things you guys need to do in terms of configuration of those extensions. In this case here, I'm building a source control project. I'm going to map out to where that database folder is that I created out in version control. And what do I want that package to be labeled as? So after a build is hopefully successful, we're going to package that up into a deployable artifact, which is called a NuGet, glorified zip file, to be honest with you. Also Microsoft technology. And then also, where does that build take place here? Okay, so I have right now pointing it to a temporary SQL server. You can also use local DB here. Local DB recommended, depends on terms of your environment. I now work with a lot of customers that have cross database references, for example, or linked servers. Local DB wouldn't suffice in that kind of scenario. So I think more customers are using just a temporary SQL server to run those builds on here. I have my database area here blank, and what this is doing is it's actually spinning up a temporary database for the purposes of this validation piece here. And what's going to happen is, again, using the engine of compare, we're going to take those SQL scripts and version control and actually deploy them to that temporary blank database, recreating it from the ground up. This is, again, how we're going to be checking for the consistency of your SQL. You can see here also those tests that we've created in SQL test. I'm running that in an automated fashion as well. Again, feedback instantaneous to the developer. If anything failed here, build failed, some testing has failed, this is immediately known to the developer, right? You're not waiting for some other individual in operations to provide that feedback in about a day or a week's time, okay? Instantly known. You know why that occurred, make the necessary changes, put it through that same life cycle until we get some success here. I've got another product here also that I want to talk about, which is called SQL Clone. If you have an opportunity, please go to Redgate's website. All of these products are available for trials. Take a peek at that. What SQL Clone is, very quickly, is a product that allows for me to leverage a source database, take an image of that database, anywhere between 1 and 64 terabyte in size, and then provide what we call clones or lightweight copies of that database. And I can do that with a very extreme time savings as well as a disk space savings as well. Just imagine I had a 2 terabyte database, for example, and I've got about 10 developers that all want that environment to work against. The ability to do that with storage is already going to cause me a little concern. But now I can actually give them a clone of that database, and locally that might only take about 50 megabyte in size, okay? So keep that in mind. A nice product for you guys to take a peek at after this session. But what I'm using SQL Clone here in terms of this validation is for example, I'm going to already have an image of my production environment in place. I'm going to create a clone of that production environment and then actually deploy or sync my changes to that clone of production. So what I'm actually doing here is a deployment to my production environment, but not production, if that makes sense. In terms of releases, same thing, okay? I have a release here that I have configured. Let me show this out here as well. This is a mock pipeline here. This, this is not a one size fits all. You can see that I have a database build artifact upon successful generation. I'm going to allow it to automatically deploy all the way up to UAT. And this is where I have a manual intervention step that stops everything for the purposes of just that, allowing for my operation folks, my DBAs, to take a look at everything, review the scripts, and again, give it maybe even a sign off here. From an auditing standpoint, this is best practice as well. We want to make sure that we know who and what has actually deployed this into a higher environment. Okay, and again, all of my environments here are all set up in the same manner to create a release artifact from that build, and then obviously to deploy that release artifact. This is where you can establish, which targets get this change, obviously. But the biggest reason why I have that separated here, let me bring this up really quickly, is this export path that I have created that really gives me a good look at all of the logs and reports that are available to me here. This is how I can get my DBAs on track here. So here you can see I've got an integration environment already released in there and testing as well. Here's what we're going to give you to all of those environments. First, we're going to give you some snapshots as to what that source and what that target environment looked like before we did a deployment. So in case there's any need for maybe a rollback, this is something that will be very advantageous for you guys to have. But within this reports folder here, this changes.html, this is something that I find to be just really just a home run for my operational folks here. So this is where I can come in now. I can see what objects are actually part of this artifact here. And this is how I can kind of track the change. Here, for example, my contacts table, right? I had a Twitter ID column, I dropped it, hence why it's shaded in red. I re-added it. And then now also my introduction of my TikTok column here. Okay, so I can go through each of those object changes. Any coding issues, okay, those same things that we saw way back in development with SQL prompt. I'm also given another opportunity now as a DBA to take a look at that and be given a heads up at potential areas of concern there. And because we're using the comparison tool to do that progression, all we're doing is doing those compares. Any kind of warnings would be presented to me here as well. Maybe I dropped a column by mistake and we forgot to take adherence to that data that might also be lost. And then lastly, this is the script. Okay, this is what SQL Compare is doing for me automatically. This is where you're going to see your alter statements. Okay, my alter for my table, my alter for my stored procedure. You should see a little bit of a highlighted area here. These are going to be where the coding issues are. So I'm not wasting a lot of time looking through this script, trying to find what those issues that we're complaining about. So it just brings my eye right to it. This is now the source of deployment. As I take this script and I keep moving this all the way onwards and upwards into production. We're at the top, or I should say, yeah, we're at the top of the hour here, folks. I've given you, I think, as much as I can within that 30-minute time. I want to thank you for giving me the time today. I hope you're enjoying PASS. Ideally, if there's something else that you might want to come away with, or there's a little bit more of a deeper dive, by all means, please reach out to the account teams here at Redgate. Make an appointment with myself or one of my colleagues in pre-sales. We'll be more than happy to do webinars where we can really get into the nitty-gritty of this tool, the value add that it brings to the entire process. This will be something of a pleasure for me to do so. But thank you again for the time, and again, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day there. There are a couple of questions there, if Annabelle, you don't mind.
Of course, yeah, a few questions for you, Chris. So the first one is, do we support the latest version of SSMS?
We do. We do. We are in lockstep with Microsoft, folks, so just keep that in mind.
And will these plug into Azure Data Studio?
Azure Data Studio. So right now I know we have SQL Prompt available within Azure Data Studio. As far as SQL change automation, this is something that we are working very diligently to get support for. So I think this is going to be something within the first quarter of 2021. This will definitely be something supported within Azure Data Studio.
Great. Well, thanks for answering those, Chris, and thanks everybody for attending. Like Chris said, if you want to reach out to us for more info, you can visit us at the virtual booth throughout the day, today, tomorrow. Chris will be on tomorrow. And also just drop us an email. You can do that via the virtual booth, send a request, and we will be right back in touch with you. Thanks again for your time today, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thanks all.
Hello, I'm back. We still have some time before the end of the lunch and the next session. So I will show some more very interesting videos for you. Let's start with an old video. This old video is very interesting because it shows how Microsoft was used to see the future. And this is something about maybe 20 years ago. It's quite some time. And so, what's the future Microsoft predicted that we would have 20 years ago? So, let's take a look. Let me prepare here the video to show for you. Share.
And so the plain text is encrypted with the symmetric key that was randomly generated by the client application. The symmetric key is in turn encrypted with the public asymmetric key of the server. The server can then use its private asymmetric key to recover the symmetric key, which can then be used to obtain the plain text from the ciphertext. If a stream cipher is used, then a message authentication code must be applied to preserve integrity. And so the plain text is encrypted with the symmetric key that was randomly generated by the client application. The symmetric key, in turn, can be encrypted with the public asymmetric key of the server. The server can then decrypt using its private asymmetric key to recover the symmetric key K, which can then be used to obtain the plain text from the ciphertext. If a stream cipher is used, then the message authentication code must be applied to preserve integrity. We have a question from the remote site. Why are we doing 2 encryptions for a single message? Well, that's mostly for efficiency. This allows the symmetric key to be used for subsequent messages, both from the server to the client and from the client to the server. And so, the plain text is encrypted with the symmetric key that was randomly generated by the client application. This symmetric key is in turn encrypted with the public asymmetric key of the server. The server can then decrypt the symmetric key using its private asymmetric key. Using its private asymmetric key and obtain K. This K can then be used to obtain the plain text.
It's really very interesting to see this video from 20 years ago, because we can notice that Microsoft not only was right, not only predicted correctly how the future would be. But we are way beyond that. Our conference is an example that we are way beyond that, and we are not even using MSN Messenger like they were using on this video to share the content and make online connections. We are not even using MSN Messenger anymore. And about the laptops on the classroom, it's interesting because some very old movies already showed this being used, already showed this possibility of the laptops being used inside the classrooms. It was very interesting. Example, Legally Blonde. The comedy Legally Blonde show has scenes with the laptops being used in the classroom. So we already are way beyond this future that Microsoft predicted 20 years ago. So what's the future that Microsoft is predicting for us from now? What Microsoft is telling us that will be our future from now? Let's take a look. I have another video showing this. Let's take a look on that. Just a moment.
Connection is a spark that gives our lives meaning. It drives us to seek out others who feel the same way.
Okay, why don't you input the data and we'll take a look together. Hey Mario, what you got for me?
To find those who share our views, yet offer different perspectives.
So this next. Look over here.
Challenge us with new ways of seeing.
But I think we should.
Deepen our understanding. And enrich our lives.
最后一笔的时候，我钱
Great things happen when we commit to something bigger than ourselves.
Take a closer look at it.
Place this here. Let's see how we go from there, okay?
This sense of collaboration and the feelings of connection it brings excites us.
Hey, just in time. I'm gonna move it slightly, okay?
It's yours, take it.
We have two planes right now on the same trajectory.
As we put people first, technology fades into the background and feels like anything but.
Aisha, what do you think?
I think if we had 330, maintaining 2800, we'll be clear for approach.
Excellent.
This changes the way we see the world, and in turn, changes the world we see.
These numbers are looking great, actually.
There's promise in the possibilities, and what we see and create next will stretch the imagination.
Good morning, Sarah.
Morning.
Slowly coming towards the thumb.
A world without boundaries.
Good job. A lot better than yesterday.
Yeah.
Excellent. Slowly bring the
A world where technology enhances, not limits, humanity. With people front, center, and in the spotlight. The future is here. And here can be anywhere. Introducing Microsoft Mesh.
So, 20 years ago, Microsoft was very right about our future, and it took way less than 20 years to reach that point. And now we are way beyond that point. So, any doubts that this may be our future from now? Let's see. Let's make our bets about that. And meanwhile, let me show another interesting video. I think this video is interesting and related because the first video about the school was talking about public key encryption, and this other video mentions it as well. So let's take a look of one more video.
For my own students that are, hard at work in the research laboratory, they can see something that is totally contrary to what they've observed before. That was amazing because it's very rare that you learn something as crazy as quantum mechanics and then learn that it could be used for new technologies.
Education is an important foundation for helping advance a new field, especially in science and technology. Major universities will play a key role in developing the next generation of quantum programmers, scientists, engineers, and researchers. A great place to learn about how universities are advancing quantum knowledge is the University of Washington, one of our partners in the Northwest Quantum Nexus and home of the Quantum X initiative. I'm Krista Savori, General Manager of Quantum Systems and Software at Microsoft. And today, I'm meeting with Professor Kai-Mei Fu, an experimental physics researcher and professor focusing on advancing quantum technologies. Kai-Mei, thank you for speaking with me today about quantum information science. Would you tell me a little bit about your role here at the University of Washington?
I'm a professor in the physics department and the electrical and computer engineering department. I teach from first year physics all the way to graduate level courses in quantum information, but then I also run a laboratory developing hardware for quantum information science. This is science and technology where you utilize quantum mechanics to achieve a technological or scientific advantage. We generally split it up into 4 categories. One is quantum computing, algorithms that use entanglement, superposition for a computational advantage. Communication, by the laws of quantum mechanics, you can't copy a state. And so that means you can have secure communication. Sensing, we can have very, very high precision sensors that exist in quantum mechanical states. And finally, it's simulation. We want to be able to simulate the world around us, but many of the interesting materials that we have quantum mechanical interactions that we can't simulate on a classical computer.
For myself, I remember taking a cryptography seminar. I was a math major as an undergraduate, and when I took that seminar, I learned that there was a model of computation, namely quantum computing, that could break, most of our public key crypto systems today, right? The mainstay of e-commerce today, RSA. I was perplexed, fascinated, and inspired, all at the same time. And I actually then switched into computer science because I wanted to be able to take that model of computation and make it programmable and, enable users to actually program a quantum computer to solve such problems. So it's pretty exciting to see this emerge, and the numbers of jobs getting posted is growing quite rapidly.
LinkedIn said that in the past year and a half, the number of postings in this area has gone up 180% as compared to the prior 3 to 4 years. So significant growth in this area right now.
So you must see more and more students expressing interest in quantum information science.
When I first came here, I would get a few students a year asking to work in my laboratory at the undergraduate level, and now I get several students every week, and my lab can't possibly have that many researchers.
Talking with Professor Fu reinforces that there's a ton of opportunity and diversity of skills required in the field of quantum information sciences. I wanted to hear from some University of Washington students to understand their experiences and research and what inspired them to pursue a career in quantum.
I did double major with math and physics in my undergrad, and then slowly realized that everything I liked about math was actually physics.
My road into quantum information was a little non-linear.
I was just exploring different fields, and I tried a little bit of synthetic biology.
One day I was working on some homework in one of the upstairs study rooms, and a grad student came up and asked if anybody wanted to see something amazing. He'd just gotten his experiment to work looking at fluorescent molecules in live cells. You could actually watch these molecules moving around. It was just an incredible moment of I was seeing something that maybe 50 people had ever seen before, and I joined their lab the next week.
So your research here at the University of Washington, what is it about? What are you focused on?
My research is in discovering whether we can use quantum devices to aid in the calculations relevant for nuclear and particle physics.
I am an ion trapper. So I trap single barium ions and then use them to study quantum mechanics.
Working with nitrogen vacancy defects in diamond, we have these isolated single atom like defects in this diamond, and we use them as a qubits in a quantum computation system. The future quantum computation holds a lot of promise. Quantum communication also, it's the start of something great. So I want to be part of it.
So as a viewer at home, what's your recommendation to really start learning about this exciting field of quantum information?
Be curious. That's really what I want to say. Be curious, learn what you can learn now, learn how, learn about light, how light diffracts through crystals, do experiments, and of course, have a solid foundation in mathematics. That's probably all you need for entering this field.
I always think back to my own experience. I never took physics until my graduate school days when I jumped straight into quantum mechanics without classical mechanics. So, and there are also opportunities to pick up and start learning quantum programming today, right? With Q# and the Microsoft Quantum Development Kit. You can try little exercises in quantum programming and start to actually, be introduced to some of the concepts of quantum mechanics in a way that may be more familiar to one that, codes daily, right?
Yeah, and you can even have access to quantum simulators and quantum computers through the cloud right now that are publicly accessible that people can play on, which is something that just didn't exist 5 years ago.
Well, thank you so much, Kaime, for speaking with me today about this really exciting field.
Well, it was my pleasure to be here.
The University of Washington is focusing on educating students to be able to jump into the quantum information sciences. And programs are popping up at universities around the world, full of students ready to push the field forward. It's through these curious and dedicated students that the next breakthroughs and innovations in quantum will come. And I, for one, can't wait to see what they accomplish.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Magnus. How are you? Fine.
I'm good now.
Great background.
I like this one, to be honest. Let's see. This is my favorite background.
It's in the moving one. This is great. Do you know where it is?
I have no idea. I just googled the picture with the fishes on it.
Okay. How is the weather for you? Is it snowing?
No snow today, but we actually had snow earlier this week. So I woke up a morning, and I mean, even if we're far up north, we usually don't have snow this late in April, but it happened. So I just changed to summer tires on the car, so it was slippery.
I
But the
confess
week
my
before
my
we had
my. Hmm?
the week before we had this, sunny. I was out running in just a t-shirt and shorts, so it's like we call it April weather. It's the same. You think summer is coming and then winter comes back.
But now I'm curious, what the temperature that makes you dress like this? As a sample summer dressing.
I'd say that week we had around 18 degrees. So I mean, I wasn't dressed in t-shirt when I was just out, but when I was out jogging, it was perfect. No reason to wear too much for that. No, I'm
Good.
waiting for the real summer to arrive.
Yeah. For us Brazilians, 18 degrees is still very cold. Although my wife is always complaining that we are living in Europe for 3 years already and she was not able to make a snowman yet. She hasn't saw snow yet. She's always complaining about that. Tell me a bit
Yeah.
about the story about SQL Friday. How SQL Friday
Yes.
started.
It actually started by Microsoft Sweden many years back. They had it was an all Swedish event, and they did it. This was before people had Teams, and before we even had virtual presentations. So it was kind of innovative. But every Friday there was some technical issues, and they were 20 minutes late, and some had to be canceled because the speaker couldn't connect. They had, in the end, they had all the speakers had to go to Microsoft's office to do the presentation from there to be sure that they could broadcast, and still they had technical issues, and so they canceled it. And then a few years later, I had been thinking that I still think it's a good idea to have something, weekly, short, kind of a casual event. It doesn't have to be super well prepared, and I wanted to have give a stage to speakers who have, some of them have never spoken on a conference before, and some are like you, have done hundreds of presentations before. So I wanted to have kind of a good mix, but also a stage to be able to try out new presentation material and so on, because it's just a lunch hour, so it doesn't have to be conference quality on the presentation itself, but yeah, try out new things and so on. So I think we have had some really good ones, and I'm proud that I've been able to give a stage to some new speakers who has never spoken in the data community before. We have had some .NET developers who have been active in that community but wanted to explore more data related stuff.
Yeah,
So
and
that's the story.
usually new speakers need some help and get some confidence, and this kind of conference can help a lot. Can help them a lot, for sure.
Yeah. So I think it's been successful. We did number 45 yesterday, so 45 weeks of. I had to cancel 2 because the speakers were ill. So number 45 was actually the 43rd SQL Friday, but it's been fun, and for me,
And 45 is almost a year, right?
sorry.
Almost a year. It started a year ago. The online
Yeah.
version, I mean.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was almost exactly a year ago that I had the first SQL Friday. So I had a short break in basically in Christmas, the Christmas weeks, I didn't do it, and then I had 3 weeks or something off this summer. And the upcoming summer, it will be a slightly longer break, but I will continue when the summer is over and we're back from vacation. So even if the pandemic situation is getting better, I think I will continue with SQL Friday, because it's so, for me, the only thing that really takes a lot of time is doing the session selection and the call for speakers. And the first season I did it, I had a kind of an ongoing call for speakers, so I was adjusting the schedule every week. And for this season that is ongoing now, I had the call for speakers, then I selected the speakers for half a year. And then when that's done, basically I just need to connect and do the recording and have a chat with some data people every week. So it's no big effort for me to do it, and I learn a lot, and it's really fun to, especially now that we don't get in-person conferences, I get to meet some fantastic speakers every week. So it's
yeah,
nice.
it became very fun and a different way to keep in contact, keep in touch with everyone.
Yeah.
But you told about summer and you made me curious again. What's the regular summer temperature on your city?
In summer, on a good day, we have 30 degrees. For me, it's a good day. For some Swedes, it's too hot, but for me, I'd rather have it too hot than too cold, because let's say the average summer day, maybe it's around 20 degrees. It's raining for an hour. It's cloudy, and and it's cold evenings. So for me,
you need to have a good day to reach the 30, right?
Yeah,
because
yeah.
30 is a good day for me as well. It's a day that would be good for swimming. On 20, I would never think about the swimming.
No, and the thing is, if we have around 30 in daytime, then the evening is warm as well, and that's the best. We only get it for maybe 3-4 weeks, that the evenings are so warm that you can stay out without having to put more clothes on. So that's why I enjoy going to Mediterranean area, to also enjoy the nights and the warm nights. I was planning to go to Malta about a year ago, but then, well, things happened.
Then the pandemic hit us.
So it's still on my bucket list to go visit Malta. I have a very good friend, an old team lead, who she is from Malta now moved back. So I'm gonna go visit that, and hopefully I can catch up with the user group meeting for the user group in Malta as well.
Sure, you'll be very welcome.
I would love to.
You'll be very welcome. So we have a small video for you here. Let me share.
Yes.
Let me see if this is correct. So, have we captured the message correctly?
I think so. You did a great job of, detective work.
Thank you. Let's start. You can share your screen. Statistics an unreliable friend, right?
Yes. So I'm going to stop the camera and switch the view.
You can leave the camera if you would like.
It's the same picture that I have in the screen
Okay.
share. So now I see that I share the screen. Does it look okay?
Magnus is with, I think it's mute. Maybe if you unshare the screen and share again, checking the box to share the sound. No, there is something wrong. It's still mute. The sharing screen is not sharing the sound. There is a box to share the sound with the screen. But not sure about your configuration. Not sure.
So let's
now
see.
it is there. Now
And
it's fine.
now you hear me, right? So, but this is just okay. So we can go with this, I guess, because then we have the screen share as the camera. So are we okay with the sound? Dennis, are we okay with the sound? Do you hear me when I speak?
Yes, now we are hearing.
Perfect.
Is everything okay? I will leave the stage for you.
Thank you so much. So, after some technical issues, we are good to go. Welcome to my presentation about statistics and unreliable friend. Thank you so much, Dennis, for the fantastic intro. You did a really good job of detective work, and I even saw my my badge from Past Summit on one of the pictures. So thank you for that. Well, I don't need to say much about myself because Dennis made a perfect introduction. So I guess we will upload slides somewhere and then you will see the links in there. Otherwise, you'll find me. The easiest way is to poke me on Twitter. And I see I have my own camera picture in front of the details there. But Twitter at Transmocopter is where you will find me most reliably. Right. So thank you, Redgate, also for sponsoring this event. Redgate has taken a good initiatives after the passing of PASS as an organization. So thank you very much for supporting the community, Redgate. And finally, in the thank you list, thank you Malta Data Platform User Group, and thank you Dennis for doing a lot of work to host this event. What will we talk about today? We will talk about background info about why I created this presentation, about statistics, and then it will be a lot of demos. There are a few slides. I usually don't go back to the slides so much, but there is some useful information in the slides that you can use as reference. I normally don't actually have time to show all the slides because it's I want to focus on the demo material more than the slides. So why did I make this presentation? I was working at Statistics Sweden, this kind of census agency, Census Bureau for Sweden. And I was working on a system for financial statistics. More specifically, we were gathering information about debt-related securities. We got it from many different sources, and we had kind of a registry of all the financial securities within a structured ISIN code, which is a classification or coding standard for debt-related securities. And we had all of them from the world in a registry, and then we fine-tuned the Swedish part of it, and then we did the reporting to the European Central Bank. And the deadline was always very short and tight, so we got the information on something like bank day 3 or 4 was when we had a kind of complete picture. And then for each variable, we had to kind of pick which source was the most reliable. So it was some intensive work, and then we had to do a preliminary reporting on something like day 6 of the month. And we always had performance issues when we ran the queries to produce a report. And we only had these problems when we had to do the report. So exactly on the day or even that hour that we had to produce the report was when we ran into performance issues. Everything was just fine before. And the day after, the performance was also great. But it led to a situation where we had to start producing the report way earlier than we wanted to, so it didn't have the quality we wanted. So we couldn't work with the numbers and do the data crunching up to refine the material. So that Statistics Sweden had spent quite some money on this system. So, well, the reports were sent in after deadline sometimes. The European Central Bank was unhappy. And for me, as the DBA in the development team, people weren't happy with the database performance, because when the system has performance problems, you always blame the database. And this was kind of a rare occasion. It was actually in the database that we had performance problems. Normally, for me, it's very often some other code that is the problem. But in this case, it was the database. So I was unhappy and started digging into what could we do about it. And I came up with a solution which I wasn't happy with. It kind of worked. But this solution, in quotes, was to every 5 minutes look to see if we had kind of bad statistics on the last month. And if we did, I did a rebuild index. And it's kind of a brute force method to do that checking every 5 minutes. And then when we rebuilt the index, it took some 10 minutes and the application was locked because we had standard edition running. And it was not the perfect solution, but in my defense, it did help with this specific performance problem. But then afterwards, I've dug more into the usage of statistics and how it affects cardinality estimation and how cardinality estimation affects the execution plan that SQL Server chooses. So that's what the background of this presentation. For the demos, I have created a very simplified order database. It has the same usage pattern as we had with the financial reporting, but it has the benefit of not being, 1 terabyte big. So it's going to take it's going to be a bit faster to run the demos. And also there was some, the data that I had when I kind of started with this presentation, it's under, I can't show it to the public. So this is much better. It's built on the AdventureWorks 2014 database. So to reproduce the demo database, you need to have AdventureWorks 2014, and then you can just run the setup script from the demos if you want to play with the same script. So what's the specifics then in the demo database? The specifics is that getting orders for yesterday and the day before and any day before yesterday or any day before today is kind of fast. It produces a good execution plan that we're all happy with. But when we want to get today's orders, it's not so fast. And if you consider an order system, one usage of it is to gather the orders from a day and send them to a warehouse system so that the orders can be picked and shipped and invoiced and so on. So it's not very good if getting today's orders is having performance issues. So that's what we will look at in the demos. So let's have a look at the first demo, the problem.sql. So I'm going to use the database stats demo. We can have a look. We see it on the left-hand side. As I said, it's a very simplified model. So we have the table sales.customer. We have the table sales.customer address. And we have the table sales.order header. And we have shipping locations. And we have the warehouses. But what we will look at is the customer address, the order header, and the shipping locations. That's basically all the information we need to have a look at. So I'm going to do what usually happens every night in any database. We update our statistics. And in my case, usually I implement Ole Hallengren solutions for updating statistics and maintaining my indexes. So I just now did update statistics on the sales order header table with a full scan. And I'm going to set statistics IO and time on so that we can get some more information about the query execution. And I'm also going to include the actual execution plan. So let's look at the scenario where we will get the good execution plan. This is the code. So we're doing a select, the average order header discount, and the country region code. So that's what we will gather from our report. And it's going to be the exact same query that we run with different settings and different dates. So in the first, this is a very naive way to execute the query because as you can see, I use the date as a constant. So we're going to switch that to using parameters later on because that better gimmicks how an application would query the database. But let's start with this. Kind of quick. Well, to be honest, my database is kind of small, so every execution is going to be quick, but we can still understand that for a larger data set, it will be slower if we get another execution plan. So let's start with looking at some IO statistics. So this is what you get from set statistics IO on. Then you'll get in the messages pane, you will get this information about which tables were affected in terms of IO and how many scans were done and how many logical reads. And the logical read is reading from the buffer cache in memory. So a logical read on order header, we had 38 pages read. That's not so much. Every page is 8K, so that'll be quick. The locations table, we're reading 12 pages, and on the customer address table, we're reading 17 pages. So I would say this, in terms of IO, this is pretty good. And if we look at the execution plan, if you would give this execution plan to a kind of junior database developer, they might think that it's a really poor plan because they will see that we start with the cluster index scan and that we do an index scan on location and the hash match between them. And it's a misunderstanding by many that a scan is always worse than a seek. But in this case, the reason why a scan is a good idea is that the scan is reading just 5,500 rows. And as we could see in the IO for customer address, that's only 17 pages. So it's going to be a very quick operation to scan this whole table. Same thing with the locations table. It is only 12 pages to scan this index. And then to set up and run a hash match between the two of them, that's also going to be a really quick operation. And then when we get that information in, then SQL Server will do an index seek on the order header table to get all the orders that fulfill this predicate, order date equals August 24th, 2016. And that's going to be 12,500 rows. And then another hash match. So, and then by the end, we do an aggregation, and then we're all happy and get the result that we have here. So this is kind of a good plan, but let's add some more information to the database. I'm going to add orders for August 25th instead. This will take a few seconds, and then I will run the exact same query again, but with August 25th as the predicate. So let's look at the, as you can see, it's still kind of quick, but if we look in the messages pane, we see that something happened here. Instead of 12 logical reads on location, we get 25,000 logical reads. That's quite a big difference. And on the customer address, you can see we have 12,500 scans, resulting in 50,000 logical reads. So now we're talking about a lot of memory being used for this and a lot of CPU, because even if all the information is in the buffer cache, so in RAM, it's still going to have to go through the CPU. Every single row, every single page, the CPU has to read. So this is not a very good execution. And if the data set would be a lot larger, as was the case with the financial reporting, you can be sure that not all this information fits in RAM. So it will result in physical I/O, which means reading from disk. But so far we only have it in memory, but it's really a warning that we go from something like, what did we have? 17 pages up to 50,000 pages read for customer address. And how can we get 50,000 pages read from customer address when the table is so small? Well, let's go to the execution plan and have a look at what happens. It starts like you would execute the query in your mind, probably. You would execute it by, okay, let's get the orders, and then let's match in the customer information and the location information. So that's what SQL Server decides to do. So it starts with the order date, or the order header, sorry. The order header gets 12,500 rows. And then it does an index seek to get the customer address information. For each one of these rows, it's going to execute this index seek. So that means 12,500 rows from order header is going to result in 12,500 reads in an index in customer address. And to make bad even worse, this index is not the covering index. So the information that we need to get is fetched from a key lookup. So using this index, SQL Server is going to do another key lookup for every row that had a match in this nested loop join. And as we can see, that's also 12,500. So 12,500 index seeks, and then 12,500 key lookups into the clustered index. And finally, 12,500 index seeks into the locations table. And what do we have then? Well, then we come into sort operation. And do you see this yellow little triangle up here? That means when the optimizer selected this plan, it asked for a memory grant for the sort operation, which was based on the assumption that it would only be one row coming into the sort operator. But since we got 12,500 rows, the memory grant isn't large enough. So SQL Server had to start using tempdb for this operation. to do the sort. So that's going to be a bad, give you a performance penalty as well. And the whole reason why this plan was selected instead of the good plan that we had with the other predicate for order date 24th starts up here. So if we look at the properties, let's see if we can zoom in maybe. Okay, so my zoom, it doesn't work. We will leave it instead. So we have estimated number of rows. Let me see, number of rows read. Okay, we skip this and just do, let's hide this one. We can see on the tooltip. You see the estimated number of rows to be read is 1, but the actual number of rows is 12,497 or 12,500. So that's the whole reason. So the SQL Server expects 1 row, and then it's a perfect fit to just do 1 index seek, 1 key lookup, and 1 index seek over here. But in reality, we got 12,500, and then it wasn't such a good plan anymore. So this is the problem. And we will look at what can we do about it. This slide is just the same thing that we looked at in Management Studio. But the numbers are a bit different because I have a slightly smaller demo database now than when I produced the slides. But it's the same behavior. So on the left-hand side, you see the clustered index scan of the small tables at the beginning. And on the right-hand side, you see that we will get, in this case, almost 100,000 executions of the index seek, the key lookup, and the clustered index seek. So a few words about statistics in SQL Server, because statistics is what this is all about. The statistics that SQL Server uses and creates is storing the distribution of values within an index or a column in a database. So when SQL Server is using statistics to create an execution plan, it's going to use either a histogram, and a histogram, look at it as a table basically of some values and some statistics about these values from a column in a database or in a table. It can also use something which is called the density vector, which we will look at. So let's switch to demo number 2. Which is this one. So let's go to the right database, and we will use a command called dbcc show statistics. And this command will give us information about the statistics object. And for an index in SQL Server will always create a statistics object. If you query a column that is not indexed, then by default, SQL Server is going to create a statistics object for you for that column. It's called column statistics instead of index statistics, but they are pretty much the same. You can switch off the auto create statistics in your database options, but I think it's a good habit to have it on. Because it really can help the query execution. Anyway, let's run this and see what it will return. It will return a header about the statistics object, the name of it, when it was last updated, how many rows were estimated on the last update of the statistics, how many rows were sampled, and if these two numbers are exactly the same, that means you did an update statistics with full scan. The default for an update statistics is to do a sample and not scan the whole table. So, steps 200 means in the histogram, which stores the values from the index or the statistics object, and some information about those values. So this steps 200 means that the histogram has 200 steps or 200 rows. And then density, which we will talk more about in a little bit. But let's go to run this with the option with histogram, which will show us only the histogram. We don't need the header information to find out why we got such a different execution plan for the two different queries. So I'm going to go down to the very bottom of this histogram and look. We see that we have the value August 24th, 2016. We see that we have equality rows 12,498. What does that mean? Well, that means there are this many rows with this value for the column. That is the leading column in the index. And let's go further up here. We have August 23rd, 12,500 range rows. Well, that means there's 12,500 rows which has order date between this value and this value. So we have 200 steps in the histogram, but there are more than 200 distinct values, and then the range rows is going to be used. And together with distinct range rows, which is the number of distinct values between two steps, SQL Server can make a pretty good assumption about how many rows do we have for a specific value, which is not exactly one of the values in the histogram. But August 24th is the highest value that we have in the histogram. And when we did the query that produced the problematic execution plan, we queried for August 25th. So this is a case of, say, outdated or bad statistics. But there's not so much we can do about it, really, because if we do a nightly statistics update of all our indexes, we can't run that every minute in the database because that's going to use a lot of system resources. So this is the situation we have, and we need to find a solution for it, which is not the brute force solution that I implemented at first to scan for possibly outdated statistics. And the way I did it was I looked in the histogram, and then I did a basically select count and grouped it by whatever I had in the range high key in the histogram. And that's really a brute force solution because it's going to scan the whole and a big index every time. So don't do that every 5 minutes. Instead, use one of the suggestions that I will come up with in this demo. So we're going to set statistics IO and time on. The first thing that we can try is to parameterize the query. And really, we should have done it from the beginning, because when, let's say, you have a .NET application running against your database, and you use something like a SQL client.sql command, you are not supposed to do kind of string concatenation in your .NET code. So order date plus 2016, blah, blah, blah. That's not going to be good because it opens for SQL injection, which is, after so many years of knowing about it, it's still the biggest security hole in applications. But a good .NET developer is going to use a parameterized SQL command object to query your database. So that's what we will start doing. So instead of hard coding the date in the query, we send in a parameter, and then with sp execute SQL, we define the parameters and their values. So this is the good way to run a dynamic SQL query, and this is exactly the way that a SQL client.sql command, where you add parameters, what it will result in when it queries the database. So let's try that. We use the date 25th of August. And we look at the execution plan, and no, it didn't help by itself. Because what's going to happen now? Well, SQL Server is going to see this parameter and this query. And it doesn't have exactly this query in the query plan cache, so it's going to generate a new execution plan. And to do a good job, it's going to look at the parameter value, okay, 25th of August, and generate the plan for 25th of August. And it's going to be the same poor plan that we saw when we had it, the date hard-coded into the query. And to make bad worse, if we run the exact same query but with another parameter value, what SQL Server is now going to do, SQL Server is going to see this query text and look in the plan cache and find that, oh, I already have a plan cached for exactly this query text. And it's going to be the plan it generated for this query. So same query, another parameter, will not mean that SQL Server will compile a new plan. In general, this is good because we don't want SQL Server to spend all its time generating new execution plans. But as we will see now, it was kind of poor for us because now for the parameter where we used to get a good execution plan, we now get the poor execution plan. And this is called parameter sniffing. So if you hear that, that's what it means. You get different parameter values, but you get the same plan back because the actual query text is only this part. And that's what SQL Server is going to look for in the plan cache and find the plan, which unfortunately wasn't a very good one. So what can we do then? We can make SQL Server unaware of the parameter values. Let's try that. So what I've done here is instead of having the predicate order date equals the parameter DT, I'm using the predicate order date equals scalar function demo.getSameDateScalar with DT as the parameter. And we're going to switch to a new query window and have a look at what this function does. It's really a dumb function. Alter function demo.getSameDateScalar. This is what it does. It returns the date. And the date it returns is exactly the same date that we send in as a parameter. The effect that this will have for SQL Server Optimizer, though, is that the optimizer sees the text, it tries to produce a good plan. It sees this predicate, order date equals the result of a function call. And when you have a function call to a scalar user-defined function, the optimizer will have no idea and no interest to find out what this function does. It will only look at the metadata and see, okay, this is something that returns a date. I have no idea what value it is. So what estimation will SQL Server use then? Because it has to estimate the number of rows returned from this predicate to be able to generate an execution plan. Well, this is when the density vector kicks in. So let's go to here and run the dbcc show statistics again. Now you see we can talk about the density. So the density for order date is 0.004. What does that mean? Well, it means that this is the percentage chance that you will, let's say you query for an order date, just any order date. So this is the likelihood that a row has exactly that order date value. And it's really a simple simple calculation. It's the number of distinct values for order date divided by the number of total rows in the table. That's going to be the density for that specific value. And then in the density vector, which is this part, you will have first the order date density, then the combination of order date and customer ID. And you see that this is a much smaller number. So it's less likely that the combination of one specific order date and one customer ID is a match for a row. So this is what SQL Server is going to use when the parameter value or the predicate value is unknown to the optimizer. So that's the way to cheat SQL Server into using the density vector. So let's execute it. We still have August 25th, which used to generate a bad plan. And we run it, and we see now we get the good plan with a decent I/O usage, 38, 12, and 17 pages. Is this a good solution? It's better than just sticking to the bad execution plan. But if you implement this, you would have to do this as well. Never ever remove this stupid function call. We need it to cheat the optimizer. Why do we need this comment here? Because otherwise, any developer who would look at this code, they let's say they have the requirement to add another column to the result set or the select list. They will look at this and they will see, I wonder what this predicate means. It's referencing a scalar function. Let me look at what that function does. It's going to say that the function does no good. And chances are that the developer will refactor this function call away, and we will get the bad execution plan back. So it's ugly code. And I don't like ugly code because it's hard to maintain, especially if you're more than one people in a team. Don't produce ugly code. Back in SQL Server 2008, which is, by the way, the compatibility mode we have for this database so far, we're going to change it soon. But back then, we could use a trace flag. And a trace flag is a behavior that you can switch on or off in SQL Server. So trace flag 2389 is addressing exactly this issue, which is called the ascending key problem. So ascending key, it means we have a key value which is ever increasing. And therefore, when we update the statistics, the next minute the statistics are going to be outdated for exactly the queries we will run against the database, because we will query for the latest values and they're not going to be in the histogram. So trace flag 2389 addresses this behavior, and trace flag 2388 changes the output of DBCC show statistics. Let me explain why we need that in just a few seconds. 2389, this trace flag will look at your statistics updates, and when it finds that you have an ever increasing key, an ascending key, and it has seen that for the past 3 or 4 statistics updates, it's going to mark this statistics as having an ascending leading column, and change the behavior of the optimizer for predicates against exactly that column. So I'm going to add some orders. I'm going to update statistics, add some more orders, update statistic, etc. So let's start this script. It's going to take a few seconds. And then we will have a look at DBCC show statistics again and see, first of all, we're going to see what did trace flag 2388 do to DBCC show statistics, and what has SQL Server figured out during these statistics updates that we have done. So the update statistics and add orders is done. And now we see this is the output from DBCC show statistics. We don't have the histogram in here. We don't have the density vector in here anymore. We just have the density as one column, which is the density for the leading column in the index. And we have leading column type equals ascending. So SQL Server has figured out that this is an ascending key. Well, cool. If we now want to look at the histogram for the index or for the statistics, we can't, because trace flag 2388 has changed the behavior of DBCC show statistics. So we're going to switch off trace flag 2388 and look at the statistics. So what do we have now as the highest key value? We have August 29th. So to see if this has improved our execution plans, we need to add some orders which are outside the range of the histogram. So let's add August 30. And just to prove that no update statistics happened in the background, we're going to have a look at the histogram again and see, okay, August 29 is still the highest date or the latest date that SQL Server knows about. And now we're ready to run the query again. So we query for August 30 that we just added. And we get the good plan. Because when you have trace flag 2389 switched on, and SQL Server sees a query that asks for, well, sees a predicate with the value that is outside of the statistics histogram, it's not gonna estimate one row anymore. Instead, it's gonna use the density vector. So it looks at the density of the order date. And that will give us a good plan. Just a slight warning for this, it will give you a good plan if your data distribution is kind of even in the database or in the table. If you have another data distribution where you have very few rows for some specific values and a lot of rows for some values, you will have to figure something else out to always get a good execution plan. Because this, using the density, it's going to give you the same plan regardless of which value you put in to the predicate. Let's switch off trace flag 2389, and I'm just going to look with DBCC trace status that no flags are on. No, all trace flags are switched off. By the way, the brute force solution that I mentioned that I had implemented way back, I call it the Voldemort solution. And you know, maybe if you read Harry Potter, Voldemort, whose name you cannot say. So I don't really want to mention my solution. I'm not going to show you the solution in code because chances are that you will use it, and it's a really poor solution. So let's figure something else out instead. And one thing we can do is to upgrade to SQL Server 2014, because then we will get the new cardinality estimation. Let's see if that helps. So alter database, set compatibility level equals 120, and run the query again. By the way, I use a little trick when I do my query executions. If I change something, a setting or anything, if I add a comment to my SQL code, which is different from every execution, I will get a new execution plan for every execution, because when SQL Server looks at the query, it will look at all the text in the query, the whole thing, including the comments. So adding a comment will give you another execution plan, or at least a new execution plan. It could be exactly the same, but it's a new plan. So let's run it. We have decent IO statistics. But we have another plan actually. We don't have the same plan as we did with SQL Server 2008 and trace flag 2389. Instead, we get one where we do an index seek first, but still do a clustered index scan. And look at this estimation here. You can see 12,495 of 1,775. So 1,775, that's the estimation that SQL Server did as the row count estimate for the index seek against order header. And this has puzzled me for quite a while. Where does this number come from? Or to be fair, if we do the tooltip, it's not exactly 1,775. It's 1,774,73. So it's really an odd number, right? If we have time in the end, we will look at it. Otherwise, you can have a look at this demo afterwards, the CE, the cardinality estimation demo, and you will get an explanation where this number comes from. But this is what happened with the new cardinality estimator. And this time we were lucky because SQL Server still figured it was better to do a clustered index scan on the small table instead of doing an index seek. But in another scenario, it maybe wouldn't have. So let's do SQL Server 2016, run the same query. Same plan. Same strange estimation, 1,774,73. Let's upgrade to SQL Server 2017 and see if we get any difference in the behavior. No, still the same estimation. And finally, SQL Server 2019. I did update it. So no, same estimation, same plan shape. So from SQL Server 2014 and well, whatever version you choose after that, you're going to get the same plan shape and the same execution plan. And this comes from the new cardinality estimation that was introduced in SQL Server 2014, which it was supposed to be better than the old one, but in many cases it made life worse. We were lucky now with this specific execution plan that it actually came up with a good one, but it started with the index seek on order header, and I don't know the exact threshold for this estimation, but if it would have been slightly lower, it would have switched to using an index seek on the customer address table, which would have been really bad. So that's a warning about the new cardinality estimator. You can, by the way, if you have SQL Server 2016 or later, there is a database scoped configuration for the database. If only my GUI could show it. So you find database scoped configurations in the options pane. And you have legacy cardinality estimation, which you can switch on. Then you will go back to the behavior of SQL Server 2012, 2008, and all the way back to SQL Server 7, because that's the estimator that it was introduced in SQL Server 7. The bad thing, though, if you use the old cardinality estimator, you're not going to get the behavior that the default is to look at the density vector or some flavor of it. Instead, you will get the estimate one row here. So it won't help in this specific case. And even worse, the trace flag 2389 has no effect from SQL Server 2016 and on. So you can't address it with the trace flag. That's poor. So what can we do instead? Well, we could introduce an a query hint to our query, which is this one. Option, optimize for the value of our parameter dt, unknown. You could also do optimize for dt equals some scalar value, but in this case, we want to optimize for unknown. And this means the same thing as we did with cheating SQL Server by using a scalar user-defined function. It will force the optimizer to use the density vector instead of any other way to solve the problem. So let's run it. Let's look at the execution plan. And now we have the same execution plan that we had with trace flag 2389 or the trick with the scalar function. And I would say this is the execution plan we want, because we also have the estimation, which is as close to the truth as it gets. It is the value that it gets from using the density vector. So is this a silver bullet or not? Well, it depends, as always. And what it depends on is your data distribution. If you have an even data distribution, then this is the solution. What I find a bit odd, though, is that introducing this, to do that, you have to have control of the queries that are run. If you're using a third-party system on your database, chances are you can't change the code. So I would very much I wanted to be able to switch on trace flag 2389 to get the behavior that I had in SQL Server 2008, but still be able to use the new cardinality estimator or even use the legacy cardinality estimator. But I don't like that trace flag 2389 has no effect anymore, because it could have helped us here if we didn't have control over the SQL code that is run. In my case, I did, so I could solve it with option optimize for dt unknown. So let's look at some more cardinality estimation numbers, because this puzzled me for a while when I had this estimation, the 1774,73. It made no sense to me. So I started investigating, reading. It wasn't so hard, so easy to find the information about exactly how the cardinality estimator works, to be honest. But we're going to create, we have just 6 minutes, so it's going to be a speedy demo. But let's see how far we get. I know there's half an hour in between sessions, so maybe, I don't know, Dennis, what you say? Would it be okay to do an overdraft of 5-10 minutes? I'm trying. We'll see.
Yes, no problem. Keep going.
Good. Then I will run this demo too, because it's I think it's a fun one, and it explains the cardinality estimation a bit better.
Great.
Okay. So I'm going to create a table with cars. It has a brand name, model name, and color of cars. And you may figure out when you see the cars that I insert that I'm from Sweden. So Volvo and Saab, these are the only brands you can have. And the only models you can have is the Volvo S40, a red one, and the Volvo V70, a blue one. And for the Saab, you can have only the model line 3, and you can choose from black or red. So that's the data I have in my database. And I'm going to switch to SQL Server 2012 mode to begin with. That's compatibility level 100. statistics, but I also have these three: underscore WA, underscore sys, underscore the column ID, underscore the hexadecimal version of the object ID for the table. So that's the naming convention for these auto-created statistics. Probably underscore WA means Washington, because Microsoft's headquarters in Redmond is in Washington State. I've heard other explanations, but that's the one I'm going to believe in. So Washington underscore sys, etc. Now we can do exec sb help stats for dbo.cars. It will give us the same information we have in the left pane, but it will also give us the information about which key or which column this statistics object is for. And then we're going to use dbcc show statistics for each one of these. Bear with me. It had the same object IDs actually, so I didn't have to do it. But let's run this with histogram. And let's drag this one up so we see some more. We have Saabs, 796, 7,000 Volvos. We have model name 93, 796 of those. Well, basically, you see the data distribution in the three different columns. So for me, I know, I'm not very much into cars, but I know that there is no Volvo 93 model. Based on the information that SQL Server has gathered in the statistics objects, it actually has no idea about the combination of brands and models. It doesn't know that there is kind of a built-in hierarchy into this. So in older versions of SQL Server, it's going to treat these as kind of independent variables or information blocks. So you have the brand name. It can be one of those, and I know that the likelihood of a row being a Saab is 796 divided by the row count, which is 7,796. And the likelihood for an S40 to be the model, well, it's 2,000 divided by the row count of the table. So the combination of Saab and S40 is going to be a combination of these two kind of likelihoods. So let's go down here. If I do a select count from cars where brand name equals Saab, what estimate will SQL Server do before creating the plan? Well, it will estimate 796 rows to be read. Well, it's going to read the whole table actually, but it's going to estimate 796 rows to be included in the aggregation. If I ask for red cars, well, let's go down here and see. It's going to estimate 2,270. This is information that we know for sure because it's very simple. We only have one predicate and we have statistics for the column that we have in the predicates. It's a super simple estimation. So let's have a look at the estimated execution plan for these three. For the brand name equals Saab, the estimated number of rows per execution is going to be 796, like we guessed. For the color red, it's going to be 2,270, like we guessed. And for the brand Volvo, model name V70, it's going to estimate 5,000, which is also what we could guess based on the statistics. Super simple. How about this? Brand name equals Saab and model name equals V70. It's still going to have to do a clustered index scan because we don't have any indexes. But in this clustered index scan, it will now estimate 510, 518 rows back. So where did that number come from? I know that the real result is going to be 0 because there are no Saab V70s. But like I said, SQL Server knows nothing about cars. Let's try something else. Volvo V70, which we know exists. Okay, so there is going to be, still 5. this is a bit puzzling because I think I need to do dbcc not drop free proc crash. Don't do this in production. I just want to get rid of the stored execution plans, because I did get the plan reuse from this one to this one, and it differs from version to version of SQL Server if you get kind of a forced parameterization by, and this is what it seems like happened. It looked at this and figured, oh, I have a plan which is close enough to this. It just has another value for the brand name, so I'm going to reuse the plan I created for this. But I don't want that. I want a brand new plan to be created. So I could have done basically option recompile here instead of throwing out the whole plan cache. That would have been better. So estimated plan, and now we get an estimation of 4,489, and it's an uneven number, comma 48. So still kind of puzzling. Where does these numbers come from? But there are good explanations. And here we have 1,307,22 when we do the combination of Volvo V70 and red, while in reality it's 0 rows in the table. And by the way, for this table, we haven't even indexed it. We're always going to end up with a clustered index scan. But if you join to other tables, this estimation is going to be really important for what plan SQL Server is going to choose. So if you get a poor estimation on the first operator that SQL Server is going to execute in the execution plan, well, that's going to travel the whole way through the execution plan and give you a bad plan, basically, in the end. It's going to do unnecessary work. So especially, I would say, if you get a too low estimation, that's going to lead to SQL Server using nested loop joins and lookups instead of what's sometimes better, often better, to scan the smaller tables instead of doing lookups over and over and over again. Let's do some math. With the old cardinality estimation that we're using, the way SQL Server will calculate the estimated row count when you have multiple predicates on the same table, it's going to take the basically the selectivity of the first one multiplied by the selectivity for the next one, etc., etc. So in this case, it's going to be 7,000 Volvos multiplied by 5,000 V70s divided by the total row count multiplied with the number of red cars divided by the total row count again, and that's going to give us 1,307,22, which was the estimation we got from this query, 1,322. So that's the exact math that SQL Server is going to do. It's this. So based on the numbers it has in the statistics histogram, it's going to do this math and come up with an estimation, which is wrong. But to be fair, there really can't be any other ways to do it unless you would have an index with all these three columns included, because then SQL Server could have chosen to use the density vector. But it would still be wrong, because it can't really know that there is no such thing as a red Volvo V70. That's too much information for SQL Server to know. It can only look at the data and figure things out from that. Let's go to SQL Server 2014, where we have the new cardinality estimator, and run the same query. And now we get not 1,307,22. Instead, we get the estimation 1,769,63. Now, where does this come from? Well, it comes from the new cardinality estimator, because it does things a bit different. It looks at the selectivity for the most selective predicate, which is going to be the color red. Then it takes the square root of the selectivity for the second most selective predicate, which is going to be the model name V70. And then it multiplies that with the cubic root of the selectivity for the third most selective predicate, which is going to be the Volvo. So in math, it will be the selectivity for the color is going to be 2,270 divided by the row count. The second most selective is the model name. So we know there are 5,000 V70s divided by the row count. And then we take that result and do a square root of it. And for the third most, we do a square root of the square root to get a cubic root of 7,000 Volvos divided by the total row count. And then we multiply the whole thing with the total row count. And we get 1,769,61. But this is not what we got when we, let's go back to here. When we got the estimation 1,774, something something, that is actually not the result of this calculation. Because what I found out after some more investigation is that SQL Server will calculate this number, but it will also calculate the square root of the total row count, 7796. That's 88. Yeah, so that, anyway, that's another number, and then depending on which one is biggest of those two, it's going to stick with the square root of the total row count instead of just going for this. And that's when it becomes a bit odd, because if we would have, let's go back to here, where we had 1,774, etc. It could have instead just looked at the density vector and found, okay, so the most selective and actually the only predicate is this one, and used the density vector. But in that case, it instead also looked at the square root of the total row count and used that instead. And for me, when I have tried to figure out a situation where the estimation is better if you use the square root of the total row count, I have found exactly 0 examples of it being better than the density vector value. But that's just me. So, new cardinality estimator, this is the basic rule. It uses a lot of square roots and cubic roots, but it still sticks to looking at the actual selectivity of the different columns included. But in some cases, it will also include and compare with the square root of the total row count. And when that has a lower value than the estimation that this formula gives you, it's going to use the square root of the total row count instead. But not always, just sometimes. And especially when you have a predicate and you also have joins to other tables, then it's more likely that it will stick to the square root of the total row count. Which is one of the reasons that when people upgraded to SQL Server 2014, a very common habit was to enable a trace flag to get the old cardinality estimation. And that's also the reason why Microsoft introduced the database scope configuration, which we'll look at just a second again. Come on, Management Studio. Yeah, there it goes. This one, the legacy cardinality estimation. And many organizations have this switched on by default. It's always switched on. And the reason is that the new cardinality estimator in very few cases gives us a better execution plan, or at least a substantially better execution plan, but it kind of often give us a much, much worse execution plan. So I think we will probably look forward to more work on the cardinality estimation in upcoming versions of SQL Server. Now, as I said in the beginning, I probably won't go back to the slides because I like to focus on demos, but there is some information in here if you want to get the slides and look at them, an explanation of the different rows in the histogram, some basically some words explains to be able to understand the density vector. The calculations for the row count, I have them in here with the histogram, with the density vector. And this is going to be true for the old cardinality estimation. And then what more? Well, some about different versions, SQL Server 2014. I've mentioned all of this in the demo, so it's not new information. But this I didn't include. I talked about updating statistics as a habit of a nightly maintenance job or weekly or whatever. But there is also automatically updated statistics, which by default kicks in when a number of rows in a table has changed. Then SQL Server is going to update the statistics in the background. Automatically. When a query hits a table that has outdated statistics, it's automatically going to update the statistics for us and then run the query. And this used to be the number that had to be changed, used to be 20% of the rows in the table. But let's imagine you have a table with 1 billion rows. That means 200 million rows has to be updated, inserted, or deleted before the auto-update statistics kicks in. And that's just not good enough. So from SQL Server 2016, and actually even before, by using a trace flag, you could get a kind of it's a dynamically decreased relation between the row count of let's say, the bigger the table, the lesser the percentage of rows had to be before the automatic statistics update kicks in. So the threshold here is if you have 25,000 rows in the table, the threshold is 20%. That's when the auto-update statistics kicks in. And then the more rows you get in the table, the lower the percentage that has to be changed. So if you get to, I think this is 5 million rows, then only 2% of them has to be changed before the automatic update statistics kicks in. And personally, I would like to have some control over this number, but at least it's better to have it dynamically adjusted based on the table size than just sticking to 20%. And then again, in reality, most databases do have a maintenance job that does the update statistics for us. But if you don't, and there could be good reasons for it as well, that you don't want to do it too often because it's consuming resources. And if you have a 24/7 operation running in your database, then maybe you have a hard time finding time during the 24 hours to actually do it. So then it could be nice to rely on this one. That is all I had, and I did overdraft by several minutes. So thank you, Dennis, for allowing me to do it, and thank you for also allowing quite long between the sessions so that people like me who can never finish on time could actually finish my presentation.
You are very welcome, Magnus. It was really a great presentation, great session.
Thank you so much, Dennis.
Thank you very much for your presence.
So who's up next in this slot?
Dips, I'm waiting her to connect.
Oh, awesome.
She'll be connecting in a while.
That will be a good one, I'm sure.
Yeah, about index as well.
I think Depti is the most active speaker in the data community. She's like any event I've been at, she has been a speaker, and it's really impressive how much energy and time she puts into the data community. So
yeah, in fact, here on Malta Data Saturday, she is not only a speaker, she offered to help us on organizing the conference. She is a part of the team helping the conference as well.
Yeah, it's I love the community in the way that you have people like Depti and yourself, and people who just they spend a lot of their time by making sure we can have events like this, and meet people, networking, and get really good quality content delivered. So thank you for
Always great people helping us to keep this going, keep events like this going ahead.
By the way, one thing I didn't mention in the presentation, I will push all the presentation and the demos to my GitHub. So I don't know if will you publish links to presentations?
Yeah,
Afterwards?
sure. Send on our direct on the WhatsApp group, and we'll publish. We'll make a page with all the links.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Then I will give you a link to the GitHub in there. Perfect. I'm signing out now. Good luck with the rest of the day, and thanks for having me, Dennis.
Thank you very much. You are welcome.
See you later. Bye.
Just a moment. Here,
Depti.
Hi, Magnus. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good.
Yeah.
The background looks amazing.
Yeah, I like it. It's I've been playing with the OBS Studio too.
Oh, awesome.
We were just talking about how you can find time to help so many conferences around the world.
Is it about the Magnus?
No, about you. You are. I think you're the most active speaker in the data community, and I really applaud you for it.
Thank you. Applause for you too, Magnus. I'm so happy to be here today.
Great. Guys, I'm gonna sign out of here and just go watch the YouTube stream instead. So good luck on your presentation, Depti.
Thank you so much.
And have a fantastic rest of the day, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a nice day.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, Dennis.
Hello. We have a video for you.
Sure.
Let me get it.
Yesterday we discussed about that background thing, but you know what? I remembered everything, but I except that. So I don't know. I'm sorry. I hope my background is not that terrible.
No problem. No problem at all.
I'll sit in right position.
Here. It's uploading. have you kept
That's so nice of you.
So it's fine. We capture about you correctly. You capture information about you correct, right?
Yes, that's so amazing.
Great.
Thank you for taking time to do all these videos for the speakers. It's a grand welcome, grand welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Tell us a bit more about you and how it is to live in Kentucky. You are from India, right?
Right. So,
Right.
so I came to United States to do my master's degree. I did my bachelor's in India, and then I thought of doing master's in United States. So I took my GRE TOEFL and went to visa. I came here to do my master's. I'm especially interested in technology. So I took my master's in technology, and I did my master's in Eastern Illinois University here in Chicago. So that's a city in Illinois. So yeah, I did my master's, and then I got a job over here in Kentucky. I do work for administrative office of courts here for Kentucky. So I have been here since 6 years, and yeah, recently we bought a house as well. So it's a pretty good place. It's not like too rushy with all the cars and traffic, but it's cool and calm with all the mountains and people who love to stay, a relaxed life with like peace, green. Those people will love it. So I am one of them. So I am loving it too.
So I'm seeing that you really like Kentucky, and
Yeah.
that's good. I was very curious because the news that I get from United States on these days, from Trump and now these days, are usually bad news about people uh, with many kind of problems against foreigners and things like that. And I'm saying that these have not reached you in any way.
You mean Corona stuff and all these?
I mean all the problems that people have with foreigners, against foreigners and things like that. This scares me a bit in relation to United States. The riots that they made against foreigners on the beginning of the year and so on.
So since the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
Since the pandemic, it's like for me personally, it's like before pandemic and after pandemic Deepthi. Before pandemic Deepthi used to do just the job, and then she used to go take care of kids and all that stuff. But once pandemic hit, it was like we completely started doing work from home. That's when I started. I just opened, I especially opened Twitter for Brent Ozar posts to know what is he going to post. I'm a big fan of him because he have that huge knowledge. So for that reason I opened a Twitter. But if you ask about me, outside what is going on is really terrible out there, and we made sure we are staying in home with both of the kids and stuff. But career wise, that's when it helped me to move a step ahead and start as a speaker. And here I am, like I presented almost like many countries until now, and then I'm an active speaker and I'm an active blogger. So I'm loving this, but at the same time, the situation what is currently going on is like terrible, and this should not happen again. We are making sure, everybody is making sure. That is the reason why we were able to control Corona in United States, but back in India, it's currently terrible. And I really, really pray, and please do pray for India. It's right now it's in a terrible state. Cases are like it's really increasing. It's back again like the March.
Yeah, in fact, one of the speakers that we had invited and was confirmed for the session, he asked to be replaced because his parents were with Corona on India.
Yeah,
It
it's like
was a
in one day,
very bad situation.
it's like some like approximately 1 lakh people were affected in India. It's like yeah, that's the bad thing. Yeah, we are praying. So please do pray for India, all the attendees. We really need your help in all the prayers. We have to recover. There is a lot of things to go right now. Yeah, I
Sure.
took this platform to make sure, asking for your prayers for India.
Sure, and your story as well is amazing. The way you faced the bad situation and you transformed as well and transformed everything in a good result using the work from home, and it's a very interesting story.
As a
Uh,
woman, we face many challenges, and then we have to face many challenges at the same time. We have to prove ourselves. So I took this as an opportunity, to serve the community. My main goal is to, like me, like a woman, like me, many other women also might be suffering the same thing, diversity and inclusion stuff. In the work environments, we face several troubles, all the time. Every woman, if you ask every woman, they have a story about it. So I thought, why not me taking the step ahead and serve the community and help other women and men too. They too face the challenges. So I took this step to serve the community, just like you, Dennis, just like you. You all are like my inspiration.
Thank you. Thank you. So, the stage is yours. You can share your screen.
Awesome. So let me share my screen. Mm. So I'm sharing my entire window right now. And then, are you able to see my
Okay.
screen in the presentation mode?
Yeah, I'm seeing your screen. I will remove myself and leave your camera in.
Sure. Can I go ahead and get started then?
Yes, can go ahead.
Awesome. Awesome. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for taking your valued time for attending Malta Data Saturday. I know this is very special to me. This is a wonderful experience here today. You saw that grand welcome. I really thank Dennis for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be here on your platform. So thank you everyone for taking your time for attending the Data Saturday. So my name is Deepthi Goguri, and today we are going to talk about the method behind the magic of indexes in SQL Server. So this particular session is all about what happens behind the scenes at the data page level and at the index page level. So please be seated. Do not move here and there, because all we are going to see is behind the scenes stuff. So if you move a little bit and come back again, you might not understand, because this is at the page level, right? You will know what I mean in the coming slides. So yeah, let's get started. A little bit about me. You have seen the video, so I don't want to discuss about it again. But the most important thing on this slide is to look into my Twitter ID. If you would like to contact me or get in touch with me, it will be an honor. At DBA Nuggets is my user ID, and dbanuggets.com is my website. I do post all the internal stuff about SQL Server, and it's a very active website. If you wanted to know more about it, please visit. First of all, I would like to thank our sponsor, Redgate, for giving me this wonderful opportunity and for sponsoring for this wonderful event. Without your support, this event would not have been possible. So there are a lot of great tools with Redgate. Please go ahead and visit all the new upcoming news and like the tools which they are going to release. Thank you so much, Malta Data Saturday, one more time. And if you wanted to, sign up for their meetup, there are like wonderful session every month. So if you wanted to know about the SQL Server in deep, Azure, anything related to technology, please go ahead and sign up for the meetup group. So what are we going to discuss in this session today? We are going to dive deep into the query optimizer itself to see how the index actually work, how the data pages look like, how the index levels look like, how the intermediate levels, root level, and the leaf level pages look like behind the scenes. This particular session, we are not going to discuss about if the seek is better or the scan is better, but we are actually knowing how the data gets inserted at the page level, at the index page level, data page level. And whenever you insert any data into the table, how does that insert will also affect the indexes, right? no matter how many indexes you have, how does that will actually affect? How does SQL Server have to update those indexes as well whenever you modify the data into the table? So we are also going to see this, how the SQL Server will use the indexes to get back the data as quickly as possible. So why should we even care about knowing the indexes, right? Let's talk about myself first. When I started my career, I used to read these books and like listen to the um, trainers, how these actual indexes look like. But all the time I used to see those squares with the levels, but I never understood, until a couple of months ago, I never understood what exactly happens inside the page level as well as the index level. So once I came to know about it, I couldn't stop it. I wanted to share that information with as many people as possible across the world, because this is like really interested stuff. Once you know about it, you will be very confident to, you will be able to understand, like, if I go ahead and add this index, what might be my performance benefits or what might degrade, right, in the performance. As a DBA and developers, we always have these questions like, how many indexes should I add on the table? Or should I create an index by including all the columns in the index? Or should I create an index especially on single columns, right? By adding a single column. And we do not know how many exactly we have to add to get those performance boost, right, for your queries. And whenever you run a query and see that actual execution plan on, and when you see the actual execution plan, you see those beautiful recommendations popping up with green color, saying that if you go ahead and just execute this recommended index, you will see 95% of performance boost. But if you directly go ahead and execute the entire statement, right, by what it is suggesting, do you think it will be a real boost to your SQL Server or will it degrade? It might not be a good idea, because what SQL Server might be telling you exactly is just go ahead and add that little column which is actually missing in your existing index to make sure you get that performance boost what I'm talking about. That's what it might be telling. But if you directly go ahead and execute that, you might be actually duplicating the index and you might be actually degrading the performance, thinking you might be improving the performance. It might go in the reverse way. So by the end of this session, you will be able to understand all of these questions once you know the internals of indexes. So from now on, you are not going to see any of these, any of the wordings in my slides, but all you are going to see is these pages. The data pages or the index pages inside the SQL Server look like this. The picture which you are seeing right now on the screen is how they look like. So any data we are going to insert or update inside the SQL Server, they are always going to go to the 8 KB data pages. This is how the data pages and index pages look like. Each page have 8 KB in size, and each page have 3 different parts in it. Header information, where you'll find the metadata about the page itself, like page number, previous page number, next page number. Now you might be asking me why previous and the next page number, right? Because SQL Server have to know, if at all, for example, it is scanning the entire table, it have to know where to go to the next page, right? So those are the pointer information at the header information of the page. And there will be a couple of more metadata information as well. When you see the intermediate intermediate level of the page, you see that 1 to 12 boxes, right? Those are the slots where the actual data, actual column data gets stored. That's called the payload area of the page where the data gets stored. When you see the bottom of the page, those little boxes are known as row offset array, meaning each box contain a pointer where the actual data of the row gets stored inside the payload area. Whenever SQL Server is searching on a row, then it have to definitely come to the payload area pointer where it have to come to the row offset array pointer, pointing back to the exact space where that data gets stored inside the payload area. That's how SQL Server have to do. SQL Server can't directly go to the payload area where the actual data gets stored. It will have to first go to the row offset array pointer. Here at the payload area, we mentioned 12 slots, right? That doesn't mean that we will only have 12 slots, but for our easy understanding and for our demonstration purposes, we took only 12 slides. That's the reason, like, it will be easy for you to easily understand what goes at the data page level. And when you see on the right side, top corner of the page, you see those two little symbols, right? The square represents the data page, and the purple with this down marked arrow, right? It represents the index page. So why I mentioned these two represents the data page and the index page. Like in the middle of our presentation, if you get confused in between and if you think, what is she even talking about? I'm not even understanding. Then I'm talking about the page. You can go ahead and look at the page number. Mostly I will be representing the page number, previous page number, next page number, and about the page itself. If you get confused, just go ahead and look at those symbols. The light blue in color is the data page, and the purple represents the index page. So let's go ahead and create the brand new table, flowers. Now, why I mentioned flowers? Because I'm a woman, I love flowers. All women love flowers. And men should love flowers, right? Because they have to give to women. So this table doesn't make any sense whatsoever, right? But it will serve the purpose of the demo. You will be able to understand what goes behind the scenes. So we are going to create the table name flowers with ID, flower name, owner, code, and the entry date for that particular table. Entry date meaning we are going to insert the data today, right now itself, but they will have the different dates just to make sure like it will serve our purpose again for the demo. So this particular table is actually a heap table. It doesn't have any clustered index on the top of the heap table. But then, even though if it is a heap table, we can directly go ahead and create a non-clustered index on the top of the heap table. So let's go ahead and talk about the non-clustered index first, and then later down the session, we will go ahead and create the clustered index so that you can easily differentiate how they both actually look like. So let's go ahead and create unique index, the non-clustered index, name owner on flowers, which is on the key columns flower name, comma owner. So whenever we create any table, SQL Server will go ahead and allocate that unallocated page from the disk to the table, and from the table, it have to grab into the memory, which is a buffer pool, to do the operations over there. Just remember that SQL Server directly cannot modify the data at the file level inside the disk subsystem. It cannot touch the MDF file directly and insert the data over there. All the pages have to grab into the buffer pool, do the modification over there on those 8 KB pages. Once they are dirty with the written data, then the checkpoint process will actually kick in every minute by the SQL Server automatically to flush these data, these dirty pages out of the buffer pool and harden them onto the database file system. That's the exact process. So here SQL Server will also go ahead and allocate a page to the data page itself. And as we created the index, it will also go ahead and allocate a page to the index as well. So let's say that the data page number is page number 11 and index page is page number 12. But when you see here, the data page, it represents 1:11, right? So what is that one? 1 represents the file name, the database file name, which is the MDF file, right? So index page is also on the primary file, which is the MDF file, and the index page is page number 12. Before beginning, let me tell you this. For our demonstration purposes, we have very little buffer pool where we can only fit 24 KB size. You might be saying, what? Right? With the 24 KB, you can't even start the SQL Server. But then we can be able to easily understand down at the page level what's going on. If I put 1 GB there, then my buffer pool can be able to fit in some 1,000 pages, and you might not even see what I am even talking about because I can't fit 1,000 pages on my screen, right? So for our easy demonstration purposes, we are only fitting three pages, both index page as well as the data page. Entire memory we have buffer pool is 24 KB, meaning we can only fit 3 pages. And you might be asking me, what if we need more pages while we are inserting the data? We might be creating new pages, right? How does those pages fit into the memory if we can only fit in 3 pages? How does the activity goes around, right? Just like the real-time scenario, how SQL Server will actually, whenever there is a memory pressure on the buffer pool, SQL Server will actually evict least recently used pages out of the cache first. So that is the exact same thing is going on here in our presentation as well. So that's the point I wanted to mention even before entering the data into the table. So let's get started. Let's go ahead and insert the first record into the flowers table with the flower name Acacia and owner name Best. So here, as I said, SQL Server will first allocate one single data page and one single index page, right? And you can see those indicators on the top of the page. So here we have the brand new page. So let's go ahead and insert that particular record into the data page. Now the Acacia Best record has been entered into the page number 11. But if you see that payload area, the first slot represents 30, 5 zeros. You might be saying, what is that exact number, right? The first 30 represents the size of the record itself, and the 5 zeros after the comma represents the bitmap. So what is this bitmap? If there is a value for the column, right, that bitmap value will be 0. Like there are 5 zeros and there are 5 columns. Each 0 represents each column value. If there is a value, that particular bitmap of that 0 will be 0. And if that particular column value has a null value, then SQL Server do not want to store the null value at the payload area, but instead it will manage those nullable values in the bitmap itself by turning that that particular column 0 into 1. We are going to see some of the inserts with the null value, and at that time you will be understanding how SQL Server will actually manage at the page level. Now we might be saying, what will happen null value gets stored inside the payload area? That's the least way how SQL Server can actually save the space at the page level by turning those zeros into ones. And without saving those nullable values, it can directly go ahead and manage those nulls by changing the bitmap. That's the that's the beauty of the SQL Server, right? At the page level. So when you look at the bottom of the page number 11, you see that first slot, the slot array, is pointing to the 1, right? That meaning it is directly pointing out to the slot number at the payload area where that first record got stored. That's how SQL Server will read it. And whenever we insert any values into the page level, we have to also manage the index, right? Because our index is on the top of the flower name, comma, owner. Those two are the key columns of the index. SQL Server will have to manage the index as well by inserting those values into the index page as well. So let's go ahead and insert Acacia Best. Only those two columns get entered into the index page because that's where our index is, right? We created only on those two columns. So that's the reason only two columns gets inserted at the index page. So let's go ahead and do that. And if you see the first slot represents 6, 0, 6 represents the size of the record itself inside the index page, and 0 represents the values, Acacia and Best. For example, if the Best is null value, then it will be 0, 1. That's how the SQL Server will manage the nulls, right? But if you see here, 1:11:1, So this is the actual pointer pointing back to the data page. If you are searching on like select star from flowers where flower name is acacia, then first SQL Server have to go here. Like if it uses index, right? We do not know if it can use index or if it doesn't use index. But if it uses index, as we are asking select star from, if it uses the index, it have to grab the additional columns from the data page because our index only have the acacia best. The other columns it have to grab from the data page. Now, how does that pointer actually look like? It looks like this. The pointer is pointing back to the data page, page number 11, and it is pointing to the first slot, which is pointing to the first slot inside the payload area. That's how SQL Server will read it. Let's go ahead and insert one more record into the table with flower name Erica and owner Newton. Since we have space on the page number 11, the data page, let's go ahead and insert that particular record into the page number 11. When you observe here, at the row offset array, those pointers will be also updating. And how do SQL Server read those pointers? From right side to the left side. And we do have space inside the index page. We also have to manage the index, right? So let's insert Erica Newton into the index page as well. Let's go ahead and insert Daisy stamp record into the flowers. Do we have space on the page number 11? No, right? So SQL Server will go ahead and allocate a unallocated page from the disk to the table, but then we have to grab that page to do the insert, right? So it have to be grabbed into the buffer pool. So here it is, it has been grabbed. SQL Server will give the page number 13, and the previous page number, if you observe on the page number 13, the pointers should be updated first. So the previous pointer is pointing to the page number 11 because that's the data page, right? And on the page number 11, the next page will be updated to page number 13. So now we do have space. So let's insert Daisy stamp into the data page. As we inserted the record over the data page, we have to also manage the index page, right? Let's go ahead and insert Daisy stamp into the page number 12, the index page. But if you observe something here, we just inserted Daisy stamp. Daisy starts with D. And if you see the first record that has been entered in the page number 12, the index page, the first record is Acacia, the flower name, and the second record has the flower name Erica. And we just insert Daisy stamp. Daisy starts with D. So physically, it has to actually store in between Acacia and the Erica, right? But SQL Server doesn't have any way to physically modify the data at the page level. So that is the reason it will go ahead and somehow it have to manage it logically at least, because that's where the SQL Server will be pointing to grab the data, right? So it will go ahead and modify the data at the payload area into the order of the key columns of the index. So first, Acacia should come. So that is the reason the first slot is pointing to the first slot of the payload area. When you see the second slot at the row offset array, it is pointing to the 9th slot. So the 9th slot is Daisy. So now you understood, right? The third slot is pointing to the 5th row, 5th slot. 5th slot is pointing to Erica. So because it cannot physically modify the data inside the page itself, it will be actually modifying the data at the payload area logically, such that SQL Server, whenever we do the selects, it can actually grab the data in the order of the key columns of the index somehow, because we modified the data at the payload, at the row offset array. That's how it will manage actually. This is how the data pages look like, left side your screen. And if you see those two pages, they are interlinked between each other with the double-sided arrow. Those double-sided arrows represents they have the pointers pointing back to each other. They are interlinked, right? When you see the index page, it's still just one page, 12, but that's going to change drastically in the coming slides. Let's go ahead and insert Gardenia Golf into the table. Now, do we have space on the page number 13? Yes, we do. So let's go ahead and insert Gardenia Golf. And then as we inserted the data into the data page, we should also insert that particular record into the index, right? But do we have space on the page number 12? No, right? So what SQL Server will do is just like how it will allocate a page to the data page, it will also allocate a page to the index page. But there is something different going on here. Since the indexes are the B-tree structures, as we are adding a new page for the index page, there should be also another page allocated as the root page of the index. Because as you know, the indexes are the B-tree structures. If you are keeping on adding the pages, there should be another page which will actually have the pointers pointing back to these two pages. These two pages will be the leaf level of the index. So as we are unable to insert a new record over here, a brand new page get created and page number 12 and that brand new page will be the leaf level of the index. And there will be one more page which will be created as the root level of the index. So let's go ahead and evict because we cannot fit in any pages here. Now we have to grab two new index pages, one for the leaf level and one for the root level page. So as we cannot fit in, let's go ahead and evict the least recently used pages, page number 11 and page number 13, so that we can fit in brand new two index pages. The page number 14 will be the leaf level page number 15 will be the root level page. But as we added, we have to update the pointers on page number 14, right? Because page number 14 is a leaf level page, it have to be interlinked between the a previous leaf level page, which is 12. So the previous page will be pointing to page number 12. Next page on page number 12 will be pointing to page number 14. So we do have space on page number 14. So let's insert Gardenia Golf over there. But as we inserted the data now into the page number 14, we should also have those pointers on the root page pointing back to these two leaf level pages, page number 12 and page number 14. So let's go ahead and insert those pointers in page number 15, which is the root page. How do SQL Server read that? Any flower name which is equal to acacia and less than gardenia will go to the page number 12. Any flower name which is equal to gardenia and greater than gardenia will go to the page number 14. That's how SQL Server will read it. Now this is how our index pages look like. Previously, we just had one index page, which is page number 12, but we have actually keep inserting the data. So it cannot fit in the data into the page. So SQL Server actually created another page for the index, which is page number 14. Page number 12 and page number 14 will become the leaf level pages. And there should be another page which got created, right? Which is page number 15, having the pointers pointing back to page number 12 and page number 14. Data pages, if you see, they are still the same, but that is going to change in the coming slides. Now let's go ahead and do our first select star from flowers where flower name is Erica. How do you think SQL Server will process this query? Think for a minute. As in the where clause, right? In the where clause, we are having that particular key column, which is already in the index because our key columns are flower name, comma, owner. And we are taking here in the where clause, we have the predicate. We are searching on the flower name, right? So think it will be using the index. But then we are asking for select star from. We don't know what SQL Server will intelligently decide that for us. So let's go ahead and see. As we have 3 index pages, right? But 2 data pages. If SQL Server will decide to use the index, first it will have to access the root page of the index because SQL Server directly cannot go ahead and look into the leaf level pages because it doesn't know where the Erica is yet. So it have to go ahead and access the root level first. So think it will go to the page number 15 and Erica is actually pointing to page number 12. Let's say page number 12, it will directly go to the row offset array pointer, pointing back to the data exactly which is stored at the payload area of that page, page number 12. Get that pointer that is actually pointing to the data page. Let's say it is pointing to the page number 11, slot number 1, right? So it will have to go to the page number 11, data page number 11, and slot number 1, and grab that information from there, because we are asking for select star from. It have to go to the data page, right? So how many page reads does the SQL Server have to do to process this query? Root page, page number 15, leaf page number 12, and then the data page number 11 to get that one record, right? If it uses the index, which is 3-page read. But instead, SQL Server will think, why should I even go ahead and use the index? Why not I scan the entire table? Because we just have 2 pages in it. So let me go ahead and scan the entire table, because that is easy for me. That is less, it takes less processing and less resources for me to do that particular scan. So let me go ahead and do that. So what did we understood from this slide until now? Scans doesn't mean that it is always bad, and seeks doesn't mean it is always good. You have to just go ahead and see why SQL Server choose the scan instead of using the index, right? There might be less number of pages for the table. That might be the reason it choose. So next time, if you're going for an interview, if they ask you what are you going to look for the performance thing in your execution plans, please do not say that it's because of scans, right? Tell them that I will look into the scans of why it choose to do the scan instead of using the index, right? So SQL Server here decided to do the scan. So which page does it have to access first? Page number 11 and then page number 13, because it have to scan the entire table. Page number 11 not in the memory, so evict page number 12, grab the page number 11 into the memory. It will scan the entire page. While it's scanning, it found the Erica, but then it do not know if there is another Erica on the next page, page number 13. So it will go ahead and evict page number 14, grab page number 15, scan the entire page. That's how SQL Server will intelligently do the scan instead of reading so many pages. Let's go ahead and insert Bergenia Wade record into the table. Now, do we have space here on page number 13? No. So SQL Server will go ahead and allocate another page, but that page will come into the memory. So let's go ahead and evict page number 15, least recently used page. Page number 16 is in the memory, and the previous page number should be updated, page number 13. Next page on page number 13 will be updated to page number 16. We do have the brand new page, so let's insert Bergenia Wade into the data page. But as we actually inserted the data page, let's go ahead and also insert and manage the index as well. Do we have space? No, right? So let's go ahead and evict page number 11 and get that page number 15. Now, why page number 15? Why not directly the leaf level pages? As I said, SQL Server have no idea where to fit in this particular Bergenia Wade into the leaf level of the index. Definitely, it have to access the root page to know where that root page is pointing to which page at the leaf level it is pointing to. So SQL Server, it has said the root page of the index has said to go to the page number 12. So because it starts with the Bergenia Wade, it have to go to the page number 12, no other go. So does the page number 12 is in the memory? No, right? So let's go ahead and evict page number 13 and get that page number 12. But if you observe here, page number 12 is completely full. So how SQL Server will do this? How does Bergenia Wade will fit into this particular page? There is something known as page split process is going to happen here, which is very interesting, meaning it will actually create a brand new page for the index, but then half of the data from the page number 12 will be actually moved to that new page. You might be saying, why is that thing going on? Like why it should have to move half of the data from page number 12 to the page number, to the new page number, right? Why can't this Bergenia directly go to the page number, brand new page number? No, it cannot go because root page is actually saying Bergenia Wade has to go to the page number 12. So in order to get the space on page number 12, half of the data have to move from page number 12 to that brand new page such that it can have some space to fit in Bergenia Wade onto the page number 12. So let's go ahead and see this in action. So do we have space to fit in a brand new page? No, right? So let's go ahead and evict page number 16, grab page number, give it a page number 17. Previous page number will be updated, which is page number 12. So the other thing we have to remember is whenever the page split happens, right? That page will be actually created just after the page number. So as we split the page number 12, a brand new page got created just after the page number 12, which is page number 70. That's the new page. But then previously, do you remember we have actually two leaf level pages, which is page number 12 and page number 14. So as the page split happened, the page number 17 actually fit in between page number 12 and page number 14. So now we have three pages in the leaf level. So now we have to remodify those pointers, right? Because we have previously page number 12 and page number 14. But as we fit in this particular page number 17, just in middle of these two pages, the pointers have to be pointing back and forth, should be also modified, right? So on the page number 17, the next page will be page number 14, right? Because this is the middle page. So we do have space here. So half of the data from the page number 12 will be moved to page number 17. So this particular highlighted maroon color data will be actually moved to page number 17. We do have space right now on page number 12. So Bergenia will fit in on page number 12. But then page number 12, on page number 12, if you observe, the pointer is actually still pointing to the page number 14, the next page. If you observe the page number 12, the next page is pointing to page number 14. So that should be updated, right? So which page should it update to? Because the very next page is the brand new page, page number 17. It should update to the page number 17. But then there is another page where we have to also update the pointer. Do you know which page it is? That's the page number 14, because that's the next page, right? Page number 14, not in the memory. Evict page number 15, page number 14 in the memory. And if you see the previous page on page number 14, it is pointing to page number 12. It should not be page number 12. It should be page number 17, right? So that's the previous page. Let's update that. And then as we added a brand new page, because page split happened and a brand new page got created, page number 17, we just can't leave that like that, right? Like that page cannot hanging there without any connection to the root page. So there should be a pointer at the root page pointing back to the page number 17, which is brandly new created. It should have the pointer pointing back to this new page, right? So SQL Server have to update a pointer information onto which page? Yes, page number 15, which is the root page. Page number 15, not in the memory. Epic page number 17. Page number 15 in the memory. Let's go ahead and update the pointer pointing back to page number 17. So it is pointing back to, right now, all the connections are perfect. If you observe the index pages here, previously we just had two pages, the leaf level pages, page number 12 and page number 14. But since we tried to insert Bergenia Wade onto page number 12, because the root page was showing it have to fit in on page number 12, but the page is full, page number 12. So a page split happened, a brand new page got created, page number 17. Half of the data from page number 12 has moved to page number 17 so that Bergenia Wade can fit into page number 12. But then page number 17 can't hanging there without any connection to the root page, right? So the pointer has actually been pointed back to the leaf level page, page number 17. So it has been updated on the root page, page number 15. We still have page number, 3 page numbers, data page numbers, and 4 index page numbers. Let's go ahead and insert Kalmia Morris record into the table. So do we have the data page over here? No. So we have to grab the data page where we can insert this particular record. Let's evict page number 12, which is the index page. Grab page number 16, which is right side your screen. Do we have space? Yes, we do. So let's go ahead and insert Kalmia Morris. So as we inserted Kalmia Morris record into the data page, we should also maintain the index. So let's go ahead and see where this Kalmia have to fit in or into the leaf level of the index. So which page do we have to access first? That's the root page, right? Page number 15 is showing that this particular Kalmia have to fit in on page number 14. Page number 14, very luckily, it's already in the memory. So let's go ahead and fit in Kalmia Morris into the page number 14. Sometimes it's easy to insert the data as well as to update the data into the index when we have all these pages inside the memory. Now let's go ahead and see how these two things will get processed. Can you observe these statements for a little bit of time if you find any difference? There is no difference, right? Just that order of the where clause has changed. So SQL Server have that way, right? It can easily remodify the order of the, inside the where clause. If you change the order, it can easily remodify the order in the order of the key column of the index. So our key columns are in the order of flower name, comma, owner. So for the second statement, SQL Server will just go ahead and remodify the order as select star from flowers, where flower name is Kalmia and owner is Morris. So how do you think SQL Server will process this? Since we are asking inside the where clause, in the key column of an index, like in the order of the key column of an index, we are asking in the where clause for the flower name and the owner name. row offset array pointer pointing back to the pointing back to the data